start this one with a moment of silence. We'll do the pledge during the business meeting tonight. So if you could join me in starting out our study session with a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. We have an agenda in front of us, albeit a short one. If I could get a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All right, a motion by Kelly, support by Jake. Thank you very much. All in favor of tonight's agenda and approving that right now, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. Okay, our study session agenda has been approved. First item on that is reports. Dr. Scheibler.
Yes, I've asked several of our central office administrators to provide a brief update regarding the opening of school today. You'll have a more detailed report during the regular board meeting at 6:30, but we'll at least talk to you a little bit about what we observed today and the planning process as well. I want to start out and preface the comments by making sure that everybody understands how everything transpired. After we finished the 2020-21 school year, we started summer learning, or summer school. And at that point, I directed the staff and I informed the parents that it would be their choice if their son or daughter who attended summer school would wear a mask. Parent choice, staff choice. And there were students that did come to summer school wearing a mask, and there were those that came that were not wearing masks.
Teachers that forced masks.
Please don't comment during this time. He's just making a statement.
I'm just saying.
It was a parent choice whether their child wore a mask or not during summer learning. It's that simple. I've communicated over and over and over again in videos, in letters, and so forth. And so and then we were ready to open school today. And the communication that I sent out to parents, either through my videos and or written communication, that again, it would be parent choice. If their child wore a mask while in school, starting today. Same thing with staff. They could choose to wear a mask or not. Well, at 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, we received a communication from Dr. London, as director of the Kent County Health, director of Kent County Health. And he, in his communication, he said that the Kent County Health Department was issuing a public health order. Public health order that all students in grades pre-K through 6th grade were required to wear a mask. Not suggested or recommended, required. And that those staff, those adults that work with those students in pre-K through 6th grade were required to wear a mask. It's a public health order. It stands as a mandate that school districts, public or private, who attend schools in Kent County must follow. Also said that in grades 7 through 12, it was recommended that students and staff wear a mask, but that it would still be left up to the school districts and, of course, in our case, it's parent choice in grades 7 through 12. Now, how long this particular health order will stand, they gave examples of possible vaccinations that would be available for kids under the age of 12. When that would happen, 60 days later, possibly, and some other criteria that they identified. But as it stands today, that order is pre-K through 6th grade, must wear a mask, public health order. And school districts must follow. So that's my introduction, and then I'll turn it over. We'll start with Mike Graham.
Thank you, Dr. Scheibler. Leading up to the return to school this year, obviously we did a lot of planning with our principals and our teachers around mitigating COVID and thinking about what we learned last year and really preparing for the fact that specifically today, we wanted to set a positive tone with our students. We wanted our students to come into the building and feel welcome. We want them to come in the building to feel some excitement and positivity around returning to school. And, we'll share a little bit more of some data, or some anecdotal data, I should say, and some pictures in our detailed report later on. But, the overall feeling today was we got back to a little bit of our normal in our buildings. And so we know that we have mitigation strategies that are happening as we navigate COVID. They're happening throughout the buildings with our, continued hand washing, cleaning of stations, ensuring that we have some opportunity for social distancing where possible. You see some tents around the district where we're trying to be outside when possible and give kids that opportunity. So we'll continue to do those types of things as well. We were at the buildings this morning as a team and spent time at the secondaries for drop-off, parent drop-off, and mingling with students in the hallway and staff. And again, we'll share a little bit more later, but it looked like it should look, like you want it to look, right? You want kids talking to each other and going about their way, asking adults, help me with my locker, how do I get to this class? And again, the positive tone piece really felt that way. I'll let Corey Wilson Crawford and Mike Cuneo explain a little bit more of what they saw to kind of support some of that feedback.
Thanks, Mike. So just to reiterate that from the staff perspective, we did have staff meetings last week and staff professional development last week where we prepared our teachers to work with our students, knowing that it has been 18 months of times that maybe weren't quite so normal for our students. So we prepared our staff for that, and I was fortunate enough to be able to go into 6 buildings today and see our staff doing exactly as we would hope, treating kids in a very welcoming and positive way. I saw lots of interactions between staff and students that I think would make this board and our community proud. Our students are excited to be back in the building. Our staff are excited to be back in the building. And we believe that through the Return to Learn plan, we have our staff prepared to deal with the challenges that might come in a positive way. And so from a staffing and HR perspective, all good things happening in our school buildings today. And then with that, I think Mike will talk a little bit about operations.
Yeah, so to echo some of the things that were said, from an operational standpoint, we talked about transportation, food service, operational technology, and maintenance. So transportation, Cliff Notes version, went good today. Obviously, there's always some different tweakings that have to happen over a period of the next couple of weeks as we look at different bus loads and also making sure new bus drivers understand where they need to go and making sure that new kids understand what bus they need to go on. Food service, we actually served this year, starting in the cafeterias and such, and that worked out really well. And then also, operational technology had some, I would call normal glitches, but nothing major, dealing with sign-ons and projector issues that we've had. That's just because of lack of use over the summertime, but the staff was quick to get to those as well. Maintenance, things went well. I will say that one of the disadvantages of starting prior to Labor Day is we still have some of the factory heat that happens with some of our under-air-conditioned buildings. We look at different ways of mitigating that, but we're hopeful that between that and also the gift of time, that over time that we will be able to get into a more cooler area. And also as we look forward in the future in terms of improvements, we look at air conditioning those buildings in the future. But overall, good start to it.
When we report in a little bit more detail at the official report for the meeting, we're going to link our summer learning, highlight the Rockford reading bus, which was just a great way to spread literacy throughout our community and be able to show a little bit of the numbers around our summer learning. Link that all the way up until the beginning of today and kind of show you a little bit of some information about what happened with a little bit more detail.
I think it's important to note that, and I know there are questions from people about how long will this particular protocol last, and of course there's no way of really telling that until the Kent County Health Department and or the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services decides from this data that they collect, how long this public health order will last for pre-K through 6th grade. I can also say that I can't tell you whether the health departments in the state and our county will decide that grades 7 through 12, if numbers escalate and the departments begin to be concerned that they may in fact issue a public health order for those grades as well. I can't tell you that. But I can say clearly that the Rockford Public Schools, the Board of Education Administration, staff, and so forth have been consistent in what we have done, what we have followed, whom we have worked with since March 2020, past 18 months. And that is, I'm not going to take my advice from 10 or 15 different researchers and our universities, our programs. I'm taking my advice from the health professionals whose job is to manage communicable diseases, manage outbreaks, manage pandemics. And that would be, first of all, the CDC, which is the federal level, but they really don't have any authority to demand public health orders. But the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services does. That's our state health department, and the county departments, which in our case is Kent County Health Department. And so we've chosen to follow their input, their advice, and their directives. One set of experts, national, state, and local. And up to this point, they have been very reliable. School districts in the state of Michigan and in Kent County have worked well with the departments at the state and local levels, particularly the Kent County level. And we'll continue to do so because of the consistency in working with them and the fact that that's their job. I mean, that's their job. That's what they focus on, and working hard to keep people as safe as possible, in the public or the private arena.
All right. Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of facets and nuances to starting a school year under normal circumstances, but obviously these aren't normal. I was pleased to get comments, emails, texts today from some people involved in the buildings, and it was good to hear that things were starting out positive. It was especially good to hear that kids were excited to be in school, so I appreciate that, and we'll look forward to a little bit more on the next report. All right, we are at the point here where it is time for the recognition of visitors and hearing of people present. This will be one of two opportunities for you to speak tonight. It appears we've got room for approximately 10 people to comment before we take a short break between meetings today for people to use the restroom, et cetera, et cetera. I want to make every effort tonight to allow people to speak. And in order to do that, we need to follow our guidelines. And the main one is 3 minutes. We would appreciate it greatly if you state your name when you get up. We would love to know who's talking to us. I think that's just a polite thing to do. As a courtesy to everybody in this room, you've heard me say this before, but our guideline is 3 minutes. If you come up to 3 minutes, you can see the screen, I can see the screen. I'm going to remind you that your 3 minutes is up, and I'm going to ask that you put concluding statements on it. But I want everybody to have the opportunity to be able to do that tonight. I think it's important, and that's part of this meeting, and that's why we're doing two. If you don't get an opportunity to speak at this meeting, you can speak at the next one at the end of the 6:30 meeting. So I will be going back and forth. I know people signed up. And, once again, to cooperate, I was just extremely pleased and impressed at how it went the last meeting. Everybody got a chance to speak. So, having said that, we'll go to our first speaker. I see one right over here.
Hi, my name is Ariel Caldas. I moved here recently from Arizona. I'd like to address your comment that everything was normal with returning to school today. Actually, nothing is normal about returning to school with a face mask on and with your teacher's face mask on and not being able to recognize anybody's faces. I'm a nurse practitioner and I'm going to address you with facts that you've already stated you will not take into account. But my question is, have you contacted your local Kent whatever, to ask what information to look at their facts and where they're getting their information from? The size of the COVID virus is 0.5 UMs. Hospital-grade surgical masks are rated to block particles as small as 5 UM, not 0.5 UM, that's 5 UM. In order for a surgical mask to prevent COVID virus particles from penetrating the mask, they would have to be 50 times larger in size. It only takes one particle of the COVID virus to make a person infected. Some say that the masks will at least help block some of the COVID particles, but again, only one particle is required to infect you with COVID. In the study that was published in January of 2021, they looked at the efficacy of fabric masks as well as surgical masks and N95 masks. In the study, they used aerosolized spray with particles of 5 UMs, again, not 0.5 UMs, which if you remember, that is the size of the COVID virus. The study tests many different types of fabric masks that could be used to make a mask, as well as testing N95 and surgical masks. The N95 mask didn't even block all of the particles that penetrated the mask. They stated that the only mask that could do so would be a respirator. They also studied a couple of different brands of surgical masks because the brand does matter. One of the boxes of surgical masks that we bought last year said not hospital grade, thus it is not going to withstand particles of 5 UMs or smaller. Another study published in July of 2020 stated surgical masks showed penetration levels of approximately 55 to 85% and 70 to 90% of flow rates of 30 to 100 liters per minute, which is considered normal breathing velocity, respectively. For 300 nanometer particles, that's 0.3 UMs, which is smaller than the COVID virus, the most penetrating particle size was the 200 to 500 nanometer range, which is 0.2 to 0.5 UMs, which is considered the size of the COVID virus. That means 70 to 90% of the COVID virus is going to penetrate your mask. Currently, these statistics are brought in from just August 5th. 14% of all COVID cases are pediatric. Only 1.9% of those kids are hospitalized. The mortality rate of those 14% is 0.23%. So less than 0.25% of pediatric patients die from COVID. You can say that that's too many kids, but let's put this in perspective. RSV is a life-threatening and very contagious respiratory virus. The mortality rate of RSV is 0.5 to 1.7%. That is over double to almost quadruple the death rate of COVID in pediatric patients.
Okay, your time's up.
I know that. My husband's going to go ahead and finish the rest of this when it is his turn.
Next speaker over on this side.
Hi there. Thank you for doing the meeting. My name is Jonathan. I have a doctorate degree and a background in research, and I also have a 4-year-old who I'm hoping to start school in a couple of weeks. Because of my research background, I feel compelled to make a quick comment on the state of the research. The CDC points to 15 studies that justify its mask guidance. All 15 are cohort studies. Cohort studies are very helpful in the field, but they lack scientific control, which is critical in factoring out potential behaviors and biases. Additionally, there's 14 randomized controlled trials on this topic. 11 of them point to masks being either ineffective or counterproductive. And an important thing to note is that randomized controlled trials rank higher on the research hierarchy scale than cohort studies, and are the typical type of studies reviewed by clinicians to integrate evidence into practice. Now, despite what I said, I want to turn your focus to factoring out the science, since both groups that advocate seem to think the science is on their side, simply not speaking to logic and empathy with regards to the children's development. Putting a healthy child in a mask teaches them that they are a potential threat to others. In young age groups, properly masking sets an unreasonable expectation and sets children up for failure. We don't know if or what long-term masking will do to our kids. We seem to think that CO2 is bad for our environment, but yet people seem to think it's okay to trap it in forms around our kids' faces. When we need to make masks guilty until proven innocent because we simply do not know what they will do. Lastly, out of the 2 groups in a typical school, kids and adults, one group has the capability and capacity to wear an N95 mask properly sealed around their face, wash their hands multiple times per day, volitionally inhibit face touching, and if they're really trying to be safe when they get home, they can take off their clothes, put them in the wash, and hop in the shower. The other group is not capable of this, and it's not reasonable to expect that they are, and this group is also not the major risk of COVID complications. Now some solutions for you guys as board members, because if I can get one point across, it is that you actually can do something. You could respect both sides, you can accept Kent County's decision while also making sure parents know the level of enforcement of the mandate that you'll give, which should be very lax. You can also recognize there are other aspects of a child's health unaccounted for in this decision, such as emotional, mental, and spiritual, and allow parents to submit waivers without physician approval to avoid the mandate. The bottom line is a substantial foundation for the mask wearing is poor and probably political, and we don't actually even need science to do the right thing here, just logic, maybe empathy, and more importantly, you can do something. Please show the parents and kids in Rockford that you care by being more creative than doing nothing. Thank you.
All right, we're on this side.
January 2021 studies state surgical masks can limit the release of droplets larger than 5 ppm. Therefore, they are not sufficient for limiting the emissions of small droplets.
Turn him up!
However, the studies on the effectiveness of the surgical mask of the N95, section 2.21, have revealed that there is no significant difference between the surgical mask and N95 mask in general. It is claimed that the lack of sufficient literature that can support the effectiveness of the surgical mask in reducing the risk of infection. In layman's terms, there is no literature that can prove that surgical masks, and definitely not cloth masks, can reduce the risk of infection. Let me say that again, there is no data that can prove surgical masks or cloth masks can reduce the risk of infection. So why are we forcing our children to wear masks? I'm glad you asked. It is because the health department needs to have some sort of leverage to encourage our parents to get their children vaccinated when the vaccine is approved for the use of children from the age of 2 to 12. Now they say they can say if a child gets vaccinated, they don't have to wear a mask. Why else would a mask mandate apply to children who cannot be yet vaccinated? It has also been proven that those vaccinated can and will still get COVID, and they can still spread COVID as well. To drive this point home, my neighbor has 2 kids who were in summer school, summer care for 4 days a week with no mask. No problem, no period over the summer. This includes during the recent surge of COVID variant. And it was the same teachers and kids who are now at school full-time. 20-25 kids in each class, and not a single problem, not one single problem. Now all of a sudden we have to wear a mask again. What evidence do you have that proves masks are necessary? What evidence do you have to prove that proves masks will prevent anything? All of the evidence I have researched, I have concluded the exact opposite. Without adequate evidence to prove that masks will prevent the transmission of COVID virus, mask prevention are an experimental medical treatment that would require my informed consent. The definition of experimental medical treatment, as written by the dictionary at apa.org, it is as follows: an intervention or regimen that has shown some promise as a cure or ameliorative for a disease or condition that is still being evaluated for efficacy, safety, and acceptability. By definition, wearing a mask to stop the spread of COVID without any evidence of efficacy falls under the category of an experimental medical treatment and thus requires informed consent. Let me make it clear, I did not give my consent to this experimental medical treatment to be forced upon my children. The study published in January of 2021 states, furthermore, a mask often becomes a virus collector during a repeated breathing activities, particularly when its outer surface is exposed to contaminant droplets. Given that the virus and bacteria will stay on the surface and in the mask during the wear and for considerably long periods of time, it is obviously dangerous and undesirable if they can live safely and remain active in a warm
Concluding statements, please.
I mask our kids.
Just let it
Thank you. Back over to this side.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I have 3 kids in this district. I'm just going to start with OSHA.
you guys all have protections based on OSHA when it comes to PPE, but my kids apparently don't. OSHA is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. It sets standards for PPE. The cloth coverings, according to OSHA, are not substitutes for personal protection equipment. Explain to me why OSHA would say that isn't a substitute for PPE in the workplace, and yet you want my children to wear coverings all day in school? OSHA rules regarding PPE found in Appendix D states regarding OSHA tested and approved equipment. If a respirator, which we've heard already, is the only approved thing that says that it will stop COVID-19. If a respirator, which covers our face, is used improperly or not kept clean, the respirator itself can become a hazard to the worker. Our children are not equipped to properly care for their masks. They touch them. I watched you guys touch them, take them off, drop them on the floor. They lick them, they bite them. They're disgusting by the end of a school day. They are a hazard to our children, and the health department is mandating that our children wear these hazardous materials on their face, and you're complying? You, who we voted for to advocate for our children, are complying with a mandate that harms our kids. It harms them. They're breathing it over. The teachers and staff in our schools are not experts in regard to PPE. They should not be held accountable to whether a child is wearing this equipment. Please tell them to stop making my kid put a mask on. My child gets to decide when she can't breathe, and she needs a break sometimes. That's her choice. There is a word called no. No is our right. We can say no. There is natural law that requires consent, and you guys have it too. The health department can say what they want. They can bring their biased research to control again because they want us to vaccinate our young kids, which I'll tell you right now, I will not consent to. We have no research that supports their vaccination. Tell them, no, we're not going to enforce this in our schools because the data doesn't support your decision, health department. There are other schools I know that they're looking into their legal opportunities and things that they can do, and I want you to do that. Look into your legal rights, look into what you can do to stop this, because this is a bunch of parents, a lot of schools, a lot of you. Sparta's doing it. Sparta is doing it. They're looking into it. They're at least looking into it. That is your job. Look at what you can do to protect our kids from all this craziness. This group of parents, a lot of them are willing to pull their kids, which defunds your school. So you better
D4 Rockford.
Hi, my name's Heller. I have a second grader and preschooler, 4-year-old. First of all, my second grader is absolutely emotionally damaged from everything going on right now. She comes home and cries daily because of all of the damage. She has now become an IEP student, not that there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm blessed that she's actually getting help, but on the same side, before this started, she was not at all part of that, and now she is. My question is, what are you guys going to do if the quarantine has to continue and the kids are in and out of quarantine, sent home 2 weeks at a time, 10 days, 5 days, remote, not remote, for their emotional well-being? Do you guys have any idea what this is doing to children? And I understand that you guys are doing your best and working with us, but do you guys have any idea what it's doing? It is emotionally damaged our children.
Yes.
Do you want me to videotape you and send you my daughter sitting in the window, bawling her eyes out because she can't go to school?
Do it.
Because she has to be quarantined, and not one time has she had one symptom, because we live a healthy lifestyle, because we in our household use vitamins. We drink plenty of water. We wash our hands. We don't mask our children. We don't mask ourselves. And I'm a stage 3 breast cancer survivor.
To start this one with a moment of silence. We'll do the pledge during the business meeting tonight. So if you could join me in starting out our study session with a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. We have an agenda in front of us, albeit a short one. If I could get a motion to approve tonight's agenda. All right, a motion by Kelly, support by Jake. Thank you very much. All in favor of tonight's agenda and approving that right now, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, the same. Okay, our study session agenda has been approved. First item on that is reports. Dr. Schreiber.
Yes, I've asked several of our central office administrators to provide a brief update regarding the opening of school today. You'll have a more detailed report during the regular board meeting at 6:30. But we'll at least talk to you a little bit about what we observed today and the planning process as well. I want to start out and preface the comments by making sure that everybody understands how everything transpired. After we finished the 2020-21 school year, we started summer learning or summer school. And at that point, I directed the staff and I informed the parents that it would be their choice if their son or daughter who attended summer school would wear a mask. Parent choice, staff choice. And there were students that did come to summer school wearing a mask, and there were those that came that were not wearing masks.
Teachers that force masks.
Please don't comment during this time. He's just making a statement.
I'm just saying.
It was a parent choice whether their child wore a mask or not during summer learning. It's that simple. I've communicated over and over and over again in videos, in letters, and so forth. And so and then we were ready to open school today. And the communication that I sent out to parents, either through my videos and or written communication, that again, it would be parent choice if their child wore a mask while in school, starting today. Same thing with staff. They could choose to wear a mask or not. Well, at 2 o'clock Friday afternoon, we received a communication from Dr. London, as director of the Kent County Health, director of Kent County Health. And he, in his communication, he said that the Kent County Health Department was issuing a public health order. Public health order that all students in grades pre-K through 6th grade were required to wear a mask. Not suggested or recommended, required. And that those staff, those adults that work with those students in pre-K through 6th grade were required to wear a mask. It's a public health order. It stands as a mandate that school districts, public or private, who attend schools in Kent County must follow. Also said that in grades 7 through 12, it was recommended that students and staff wear a mask, but that it would still be left up to the school districts and, of course, in our case, it's parent choice in grades 7 through 12. Now, how long this particular health order will stand, they gave examples of possible vaccinations that would be available for kids under the age of 12. When that would happen, 60 days later, possibly, and some other criteria that they identified. But as it stands today, that order is pre-K through 6th grade, must wear a mask, public health order. And school districts must follow. So that's my introduction, and then I'll turn it over. We'll start with Mike Graham.
Thank you, Dr. Scheibler. Leading up to the return to school this year, obviously we did a lot of planning with our principals and our teachers around mitigating COVID and thinking about what we learned last year and really preparing for the fact that specifically today, we wanted to set a positive tone with our students. We wanted our students to come into the building and feel welcome. We want them to come in the building to feel some excitement and positivity around returning to school. And, you know, we'll share a little bit more of some data, or some anecdotal data, I should say, and some pictures in our detailed report later on. But, you know, the overall feeling today was we got back to a little bit of our normal in our buildings. And so we know that we have mitigation strategies that are happening as we navigate COVID. They're happening throughout the buildings with our, continued hand washing, cleaning of stations, ensuring that we have some opportunity for social distancing where possible. You know, you see some tents around the district where we're trying to be outside when possible and give, kids that opportunity. So we'll continue to do those types of things as well. We were at the buildings this morning as a team and spent time at the secondaries for drop-off, parent drop-off, and mingling with students in the hallway and staff. And again, just we'll share a little bit more later, but it looked like it should look, like you want it to look, right? You want kids talking to each other and going about their way, asking adults, help me with my locker, how do I get to this class? And again, the positive tone piece really felt that way. I'll let Corey Wilson Crawford and Mike Cuneo explain a little bit more of what they saw to kind of support some of that feedback.
Thanks, Mike. So just to reiterate that from the staff perspective, we did have staff meetings last week and staff professional development last week where we prepared our teachers to work with our students, knowing that it has been 18 months of times that maybe weren't quite so normal for our students. So we prepared our staff for that, and I was fortunate enough to be able to go into 6 buildings today and see our staff doing exactly as we would hope, treating kids in a very welcoming and positive way. I saw lots of interactions between staff and students that I think would make this board and our community proud. Our students are excited to be back in the building. Our staff are excited to be back in the building. And we believe that through the Return to Learn plan, we have our staff prepared to deal with the challenges that might come in a positive way. And so from a staffing and HR perspective, all good things happening in our school buildings today. And then with that, I think Mike will talk a little bit about operations.
Yeah, so to echo some of the things that were said, from an operational standpoint, we're talking about transportation, food service, operational technology, and maintenance. So transportation, Cliff Notes version, went good today. Obviously, there's always some different tweakings that have to happen over a period of the next couple of weeks as we look at different bus loads and also making sure new bus drivers understand where they need to go and making sure that new kids understand what bus they need to go on. Food service, we actually served this year, starting in the cafeterias and such, and that worked out really well. And then also, operational technology had some, I would call normal glitches, but nothing major, dealing with sign-ons and projector issues that we've had. That's just because of lack of use over the summertime, but the staff was quick to get to those as well. Maintenance, things went well. I will say that one of the disadvantages of starting prior to Labor Day is we still have some of the factory heat that happens with some of our air-conditioned buildings. We look at different ways of mitigating that, but we're hopeful that between that and also the gift of time, that over time that we'll be able to get into a more cooler area, and also as we look forward in the future in terms of improvements, we look at air conditioning those buildings in the future. But overall, good start to it.
When we report in a little bit more detail at the official report for the meeting, we're going to link our summer learning, highlight the Rockford reading bus, which was just a great way to spread literacy throughout our community and be able to show a little bit of the numbers around our summer learning. Link that all the way up until the beginning of today and kind of show you a little bit of some information about what happened with a little bit more detail.
I think it's important to note that, and I know there are questions from people about how long will this particular protocol last, and of course there's no way of really telling that until the Kent County Health Department and or the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services decides from this data that they collect, how long this public health order will last for pre-K through 6th grade. I can also say that I can't tell you whether the health departments in the state and our county will decide that grades 7 through 12, if numbers escalate and the departments begin to be concerned that they may in fact issue a public health order for those grades as well. I can't tell you that. But I can say clearly that the Rockford Public Schools, the Board of Education Administration, staff, and so forth have been consistent in what we have done, what we have followed, whom we have worked with since March 2020, past 18 months. And that is, I'm not going to take my advice from 10 or 15 different researchers and our universities, our programs. I'm taking my advice from the health professionals whose job is to manage communicable diseases, manage outbreaks, manage pandemics. And that would be, first of all, the CDC, which is the federal level, but they really don't have any authority to demand public health orders. But the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services does. That's our state health department, and the county departments, which in our case is Kent County Health Department. And so we've chosen to follow their input, their advice, and their directives. One set of experts, national, state, and local. And up to this point, they have been very reliable. School districts in the state of Michigan and in Kent County have worked well with the departments at the state and local levels, particularly the Kent County level. And we'll continue to do so because of the consistency in working with them and the fact that that's their job. I mean, that's their job. That's what they focus on, and working hard to keep people as safe as possible in the public or the private arena.
All right. Thank you very much. I know there's a lot of facets and nuances to starting a school year under normal circumstances, but obviously these aren't normal. I was pleased to get comments, emails, texts today from some people involved in the buildings, and it was good to hear that things were starting out positive. It was especially good to hear that kids were excited to be in school, so I appreciate that, and we'll look forward to a little bit more on the next report. All right, we are at the point here where it is time for the recognition of visitors and hearing of people present. This will be one of two opportunities for you to speak tonight. It appears we've got room for approximately 10 people to comment before we take a short break between meetings today for people to use the restroom, et cetera, et cetera. I want to make every effort tonight to allow people to speak. And in order to do that, we need to follow our guidelines. And the main one is 3 minutes. We would appreciate it greatly if you state your name when you get up. We would love to know who's talking to us. I think that's just a polite thing to do. As a courtesy to everybody in this room, you've heard me say this before, but our guideline is 3 minutes. If you come up to 3 minutes, you can see the screen, I can see the screen. I'm going to remind you that your 3 minutes is up, and I'm going to ask that you put concluding statements on it. But I want everybody to have the opportunity to be able to do that tonight. I think it's important, and that's part of this meeting, and that's why we're doing two. If you don't get an opportunity to speak at this meeting, you can speak at the next one at the end of the 6:30 meeting. So I will be going back and forth. I know people signed up. And, you know, once again, to cooperate, I was just extremely pleased and impressed at how it went the last meeting. Everybody got a chance to speak. So having said that, we'll go to our first speaker. I see one right over here.
Hi, my name is Ariel Colbus. I moved here recently from Arizona. I'd like to address your comment that everything was normal with returning to school today. Actually, nothing is normal about returning to school with face mask on and with your teacher's face mask on and not being able to recognize anybody's faces. I'm a nurse practitioner and I'm going to address you with facts that you've already stated you will not take into account. But my question is, have you contacted your local Kent, whatever, to ask what information to look at their facts and where they're getting their information from? The size of the COVID virus is 0.5 UNs. Hospital-grade surgical masks are rated to block particles as small as 5 UN, not 0.5 UN, that's 5 UN. In order for a surgical mask to prevent COVID virus particles from penetrating the mask, they would have to be 50 times larger in size. It only takes one particle of the COVID virus to make a person infected. Some say that the mask will at least help block some of the COVID particles, but again, only one particle is required to infect you with COVID. In the study that was published in January of 2021, they looked at the efficacy of fabric masks as well as surgical masks and N95 masks. In the study, they used aerosolized spray with particles of 5 UNs, again, not 0.5 UNs, which if you remember, that is the size of the COVID virus. The study tests many different types of fabric masks that could be used to make a mask, as well as testing N95 and surgical masks. The N95 mask didn't even block all of the particles that penetrated the mask. They stated that the only mask that could do so would be a respirator. They also studied a couple of different brands of surgical masks because the brand does matter. One of the boxes of surgical masks that we bought last year said not hospital grade, thus it is not going to withstand particles of 5 UNs or smaller. Another study published in July of 2020 stated surgical masks showed penetration levels of approximately 55 to 85% and 70 to 90% of flow rates of 30 to 100 liters per minute, which is considered normal breathing velocity, respectively. For 300 nanometer particles, that's 0.3 UNs, which is smaller than the COVID virus, the most penetrating particle size was the 200 to 500 nanometer range, which is 0.2 to 0.5 UNs, which is considered the size of the COVID virus. That means 70 to 90% of the COVID virus is going to penetrate your mask. And currently, these statistics are brought in from just August 5th. 14% of all COVID cases are pediatric. Only 1.9% of those kids are hospitalized. The mortality rate of those 14% is 0.23%. So less than 0.25% of pediatric patients die from COVID. You can say that that's too many kids, but let's put this in perspective. RSV is a life-threatening and very contagious respiratory virus. The mortality rate of RSV is 0.5 to 1.7%. That is over double to almost quadruple the death rate of COVID in pediatric patients.
Okay, your time's up.
I know that. My husband's going to go ahead and finish the rest of this when it is his turn.
Next speaker over on this side.
Hi there. Thank you for doing the meeting. My name is Jonathan. I have a doctorate degree and a background in research, and I also have a 4-year-old who hoping to start school in a couple of weeks. Because of my research background, I feel compelled to make a quick comment on the state of the research. The CDC points to 15 studies to justify its mask guidance. All 15 are cohort studies. Cohort studies are very helpful in the field, but they lack scientific control, which is critical in factoring out potential behaviors and biases. Additionally, there's 14 randomized controlled trials on this topic. 11 of them point to masks being either ineffective or counterproductive. And an important thing to note is that randomized controlled trials rank higher on the research hierarchy scale than cohort studies, and are the typical type of studies reviewed by clinicians to integrate evidence into practice. Now, despite what I said, I want to turn your focus to factoring out the science, since both groups that advocate seem to think the science is on their side. Simply now speaking logic and empathy with regards to the children's development. Putting a healthy child in a mask teaches them that they are a potential threat to others. In young age groups, properly masking sets an unreasonable expectation and sets children up for failure. We don't know if or what long-term masking will do to our kids. We seem to think that CO2 is bad for our environment, but yet people seem to think it's okay to trap it in orbs around our kids' faces. When we need to make masks guilty until proven innocent because we simply do not know what they will do. Lastly, out of the 2 groups in a typical school, kids and adults, one group has the capability and capacity to wear an N95 mask properly sealed around their face, wash their hands multiple times per day, volitionally inhibit face touching, and if they're really trying to be safe, when they get home, they can take off their clothes, put them in the wash, and hop in the shower. The other group is not capable of this, and it's not reasonable to expect that they are, and this group is also not the major risk of COVID complications. Now some solutions for you guys as board members, because if I can get one point across, is that you actually can do something. You could respect both sides, you can accept Kent County's decision while also making sure parents know the level of enforcement of the mandate that you'll give, which should be very lax. You can also recognize there are other aspects of a child's health unaccounted for in this decision, such as emotional, mental, and spiritual, and allow parents to submit waivers without physician approval to avoid the mandate. The bottom line is a substantial foundation for mask wearing is poor and probably political, and we don't actually even need science to do the right thing here, just logic, maybe empathy, and more importantly, you can do something. Please show the parents and kids of Rockford that you care by being more creative than doing nothing. Thank you.
All right, we're on this side.
January 2021 studies state surgical masks can limit the release of droplets larger than 5 ppm. Therefore, they are not sufficient for limiting the emissions of small droplets.
Turn him up!
However, the studies on the effectiveness of the surgical mask of N95, section 2.21, have revealed that there is no significant difference between the surgical mask and N95 mask in general. It is claimed that the lack of sufficient literature that can support the effectiveness of the surgical mask in reducing the risk of infection. In layman's terms, there is no literature that can prove that surgical masks, and definitely not cloth masks, can reduce the risk of infection. Let me say it again, there is no data that can prove surgical masks or cloth masks can reduce the risk of infection. So why are we forcing our children to wear masks? I'm glad you asked. It is because the health department needs to have some sort of leverage to encourage our parents to get their children vaccinated when the vaccine is approved for the use of children from the age of 2 to 12. Now they say they can say if your child gets vaccinated, they don't have to wear a mask. Why else would a mask mandate apply to children who cannot be yet vaccinated? It has also been proven that those vaccinated can and will still get COVID, and they can still spread COVID as well. To drive this point home, my neighbor has 2 kids who were in summer care for 4 days a week with no mask. No problem, no care over the summer. This includes during the recent surge of COVID variant. And it was the same teachers and kids who are now in school full-time. 20-25 kids in each class, and not a single problem, not one single problem. Now all of a sudden we have to wear a mask again. What evidence do you have that proves masks are necessary? What evidence do you have to prove that proves masks will prevent anything? All of the evidence I have researched, I have concluded the exact opposite. Without adequate evidence to prove that masks will prevent the transmission of COVID virus, masks for prevention are an experimental medical treatment that would require my informed consent. The definition of experimental medical treatment, as written by the dictionary at apa.org, it is as follows: an intervention or regimen that has shown some promise as a cure or ameliorative for a disease or condition that is still being evaluated efficacy, safety, and acceptability. By definition, wearing a mask to stop the spread of COVID without any evidence that efficacy falls under the category of an experimental medical treatment and thus requires informed consent. Let me make it clear, I did not give my consent to this experimental medical treatment to be forced upon my children. The study published in January of 2021 states, furthermore, a mask often becomes a virus collector during a repeated breathing activities, particularly when its outer surface is exposed to contaminant droplets. Given that the virus and bacteria will stay on the surface and in the mask during the wear and for considerably long periods of time, it is obviously dangerous and undesirable if they can live safely and remain active in a warm
Concluding statements, please.
I mask our kids.
Just let it
Thank you. Back over to this side.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I have 3 kids in this district. I'm just going to start with OSHA. you guys all have protections based on OSHA when it comes to PPE, but my kids apparently don't. OSHA is the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. It sets standards for PPE. The cloth coverings, according to OSHA, are not substitutes for personal protection equipment. Explain to me why OSHA would say that isn't a substitute for PPE in the workplace, and yet you want my children to wear coverings all day in school? OSHA rules regarding PPE found in Appendix D states regarding OSHA tested and approved equipment. If a respirator, which we've heard already, is the only approved thing that says that it will stop COVID-19. If a respirator, which covers our face, is used improperly or not kept clean, the respirator itself can become a hazard to the worker. Our children are not equipped to properly care for their masks. They touch them. I watched you guys touch them, take them off, drop them on the floor. They lick them, they bite them. They're disgusting by the end of a school day. They are a hazard to our children, and the health department is mandating that our children wear these hazardous materials on their face, and you're complying? You, who we voted for to advocate for our children, are complying with a mandate that harms our kids. It harms them. They're breathing it over. The teachers and staff in our schools are not experts in regard to PPE. They should not be held accountable to whether a child is wearing this equipment. Please tell them to stop making my kid put a mask on. My child gets to decide when she can't breathe, and she needs a break sometimes. That's her choice. There is a word called no. No is our right. We can say no. There is natural law that requires consent, and you guys have it too. The health department can say what they want. They can bring their biased research to control, again, because they want us to vaccinate our young kids, which I'll tell you right now, I will not consent to. We have no research that supports those vaccinations. Them, no, we're not going to enforce this in our schools because the data doesn't support your decision, health department. There are other schools I know that they're looking into their legal opportunities and things that they can do, and I want you to do that. Look into your legal rights, look into what you can do to stop this, because this is a bunch of parents, a lot of schools, a lot of kids.
Sparta's doing it!
Sparta is doing it, they're looking into it, they're at least looking into it. That is your job. Look at what you can do to protect our kids from all this craziness. This group of parents, a lot of them are willing to pull their kids, which defunds your school. So you better
D4 Rockford.
Hi, my name's Heller. I have a second grader and preschooler, 4-year-old. First of all, my second grader is absolutely emotionally damaged from everything going on right now. She comes home and cries daily because of all of the damage. She has now become an IEP student. Not that there's anything wrong with that at all. I'm blessed that she's actually getting help, but on the same side, before this started, she was not at all part of that, and now she is. My question is, what are you guys going to do if the quarantine has to continue and the kids are in and out of quarantine, sent home 2 weeks at a time, 10 days, 5 days, remote, not remote, for their emotional well-being? Do you guys have any idea what this is doing to children? And I understand that you guys are doing your best in working with us, but do you guys have any idea what it's doing? It is emotionally damaged our children.
Yes.
Do you want me to videotape you and send you my daughter sitting in the window, bawling her eyes out because she can't go to school? Because she has to be quarantined, and not one time has she had one symptom, because we live a healthy lifestyle, because we in our household use vitamins. We drink plenty of water. We wash our hands. We don't mask our children. We don't mask ourselves. And I'm a stage 3 breast cancer survivor. COVID. I don't want my children in a dirty mask that she's in sweating. And I definitely don't want my 4-year-old son, who doesn't understand why he has to wear something on his face all day long, screaming and traumatized by it, who I said when he's going to start school on the 7th, buddy, I'm so sorry, but you're going to have to wear a mask for school. And he won't even wear it for a doctor's appointment. And he flipped out and had a meltdown. I'm not going to school, Mommy. Guess what I did at 3:07 on Friday? I'm pulling my children from Rockford. You guys, because I will not stand for you doing this to my children.
It's about the money.
So I'm standing up for my children and I'm doing what's right. So I need you guys to help me.
Okay, concluding statements, please.
That's it.
Okay. I'm going to ask. If anybody wants to applaud, that's fine. That's on their time. You can do that. But I'm going to ask that you keep shouting down. This is not going to happen during this meeting.
It'll happen.
So,
I packed the lunch.
all right. Next speaker.
Good evening, my name is Jeff, Direct Report. I'll keep my comments short. I'm opposed to masks in school, but thanks to the FDA today, Pfizer's vaccine has been approved, so I see no reason why everyone who is employed by Rockford Public Schools does not get vaccinated. Secondly, on a more positive note, we've all heard about the critical race theory, Project 1619, and they're both very divisive, very negative. I'm holding in my hand just one chapter of the new curriculum developed by Hillsdale College, and we all know where they are, in Michigan, and it's called the 1776 Constitution. So instead of picking apart people of our country, white versus black, black's been, treated poorly, white's bad. That's not what I want my grandchild to learn. This was developed by prominent black people, instructors, business leaders, and so forth. And what they've done is they've handpicked people in the black community going all the way back. This one's Jesse Owens, to teach our kids the positive things that blacks have been able to accomplish, not because things were given to them, but because they earned it. I'd like the board to accept this chapter, and feel free to evaluate it. It's on Hillsdale College's website. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Katie DeBoer. I live at 7210 Ramsdale. I am opposed to the mask mandate, and I am a local elected official like you, and I just wanted to remind the board that your responsibility and your accountability is with the people. As an elected official, you are representing the rights, you are fighting for the rights of the people, not for the health department, not for the other board members on the board, and not for the state of Michigan. You have an elected responsibility to fight for the rights of the people. I don't understand when it became a 4-year-old's responsibility to increase public health. You are putting the responsibility of public health on a 4-year-old. So I just wanted to reinforce that I am against the mask mandate. Thank you.
This side.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I've heard a lot about these meetings, and I thought I would come. And as I was thinking about these meetings and what I might want to say, it really doesn't have anything to do with masking up or not masking up. I'm masked up because my daughter, who is a 30-year-old office manager working in Nashville, when I said, we have the choice whether we mask up or not as teachers, she said, Mom, I look at it this way. I don't want to miss 2 weeks of work. And I said, oh gosh, I do not want to make 2 weeks of sub plans. So that made my decision for me. But what this reminds me of is there is a scene in the movie The Patriot where General Cornwallis, British General Cornwallis, is talking to Colonel Paddington, and he says, these brutal tactics must end. These colonials are our brethren. And when this war is over, we must reestablish commerce with them. And I remember when the teaching staff and the support staff went on strike. This was back in 1992. I remember it very vividly because I had a baby and I tried to walk off my baby weight, and it hasn't totally happened yet. She's 29. But anyways, it was a very ugly situation. And I kept thinking about, as we went through this ugly situation, they'll know we are Christians by our love. What I would really like to ask, because I love everybody here, whether you're a parent or someone in the community or a teacher or a school board member or the administration, they'll know us by the way we behave and the way we love. And when this is all over, we're still brothers. And we need to teach each other, treat each other like we're brethren. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Carol. I'm from Plainfield Township. I'm the grandmother of 4 grandsons, 2 in Forest Hills area and 2 in Hudsonville. And I can tell you that 2 of my grandsons have had a lot of trouble this last year. In fact, they weren't looking forward to this year because of all the mandates. If one child tested positive, they were sent home for 2 weeks, and sometimes within that increment of time, on the way back to school, they were sent back home again because some other kid in another class tested positive, and I think it's totally ridiculous. I had my younger grandson threatened by a male teacher with suspension because he wouldn't keep his mask on. He has anxiety problems and breathing problems. I just don't think this is right. My husband graduated from Hudsonville High in 1970, and on that day he was handed a Bible, and I can guarantee you that that book will not be welcome in the halls of these schools in this United States today, because this is a spiritual battle. What the Biden administration is doing is handing down evil, ungodly mandates on this country, and it's a petri test to see how far they'll get with us to squash our rights. And to me, a mask is a symbol of silence. And we should not be living like this. If Almighty God, who created us, gave us the choice to choose between Him or not, why can't we as American citizens have the choice to be over our children and grandchildren? We are the parents and grandparents. You are not. I mean, you must be grandparents and parents. We need the ability in the United States to have choice. That's the way the Constitution was written. It's not a living Constitution. Those people put it in place. The Constitution is based on the 10 Commandments. It was perfectly written by godly men, but we've taken black and made it white, and white making it black, and excuse me if that's politically incorrect, because I don't give a damn. You guys need to listen to the parents in this room who have kids every day. You have them for quite a few hours, and you can do your indoctrinations. And by the way, each of us has a right to have a copy of your curriculum for the year. Because you can twist and you can hide, you do whatever you want to hide your agendas like CRT and LGBTQFS and all this stuff. But these parents are not ignorant, and you have awakened a sleeping giant in this state. Has been denying they're forcing you to get vaccinated, but they have publicly stated they intend to make your life so uncomfortable that you will comply. First they take away our rights, and then you define our God-given inalienable rights as privileges, and then they attempt to bribe us into compliance with promises of restoring some of these privileges. And if you guys go along with this evil administration's mandates and what you're going to teach in this here's curriculum, you guys need to be taken off the board.
My name is Carol also, and I'm also from Plainfield Township. If you have to be persuaded, reminded, pressured, lied to, incentivized, coerced, bullied, socially shamed, guilt tripped, threatened, punished, and criminalized. If all this is necessary to gain your compliance, you can be absolutely certain what's being promoted is not in your best interest. Ian Watson. And isn't this exactly what's happening here? Pressure to take the vaccines, shamed by teachers and others to wear the masks, persuaded and incentivized to teach CRT and its many disguised names. We are being pushed in every direction to do whatever they say, even if it means not upholding the law. No amount of money is worth our freedom. Don't you see all these parents fighting for their children's rights? It shouldn't even be an issue. Get rid of the masks. They don't work. It has been stated and proven by doctor after doctor, just not the ever-popular Mr. Fauci. I'm not going to call him a doctor. Putting a mask on to prevent the spread of COVID is like putting up a chain link fence to keep out mosquitoes. I'm hoping the next step here won't be forcing kids to get vaccinated in order to come to school. Death after death, heart problems, blood clots from a vaccine that's supposed to protect from COVID. Neither masks nor vaccines should be pushed onto kids. They have a 0.008% rate of dying from COVID. 0.008. The kids committing suicide from all these lockdowns, forcing of face diapers, and division at schools has increased by 30 to 50% in teenagers. And that was just during the months of February and March of this year. CRT is also being forced. Every school board I've talked to, or parents have talked to, says they're not teaching CRT. Well, I beg to differ. I have an equity statement printed out with me here tonight from the Kent Intermediate Superintendents Association. An article recommended for parents by this association discusses racial socialism, what it means to be white, whites being at the top of the racial hierarchy, how our society values whiteness, unearned privileges due to people's whiteness, and the 3 ways to be white: ignorant, colorblind, and racist. Rockford Superintendent's signature is on the signature page of this equity statement. Please stop this insanity. Our governmental administration is trying to ruin this country. If you can't see that with all that's happening, you need to start listening, researching, and pay attention. You are contributing to the demise of America and giving into all these mandates and evil agendas. These things are not for children. They are part of an agenda to cripple and damage a country built on the Word of God. Please stop what you are contributing to. Fight with us, not against us, in this fight for our lives and our freedom. Thank you.
Stephen Keith, Rockford resident, parent of 3 children who have graduated from Rockford Public Schools. I learned long ago not to assume anything. However, ignorance, should it exist in regard to COVID, is no excuse for the evil being forced on our children, particularly the very young, who have not developed the reasoning ability to understand the abuse they are being subjected to by those to whom they believe they can trust and who purportedly care for them. I also learned a long time ago that actions speak louder than words. Your actions demonstrably counter any concern for the children in this district that chose to attend RPS. Ours is a constitutional republic that guarantees individual freedom and liberty and due process. You are knowingly and consciously violating these rights. The public health order from KCHD has no legal authority. These tyrannical, baseless, and devoid of any science mandates are a combined expression of lunacy, illegality, and downright evil. What is being perpetrated on the American people is nothing short of crimes against humanity, for which I pray every day all those actively supporting will face legal consequence for and will receive just punishment. Combine this COVID insanity with the embracing of the poisonous, lying indoctrination of children to hate their country and its history, and believe that some races are inherently victims and others are privileged simply by birthright, is many things, and none of the adjectives I could use are positive. For these reasons, I am exercising my God-given rights to tell you no. No to the lies about the virus. No to the disgusting, oxygen-robbing, bacteria, virus, and mold-filled face covering. No to the experiment. You don't experiment on children. No to the lies of CRT teaching. Finally, most emphatically, no to my grandson attending RPS. The COVID data has been available for more than a year. that indisputably delegitimizes all of these measures being used as tools to strip us of our freedoms and to destroy our republic. And since I'm running out of time, I'm going to jump down to some stats. Dr. Marty McCurry, about 3 weeks ago, stated 382 children have succumbed to COVID since the pandemic began. Do you know how many of those children didn't already have some pre-existing condition? One. So we're doing all this for one child. It's absolutely insanity. The average age of COVID death, 79. For all ages combined, the recovery rate is 99.983%. Do you know about the PCR test? The inventor said it should never have been used. I could go on and on and on. If anybody wants more stats,
Yes, sir. Thank you for some time to voice our opinion. My name is Ted Sarver. I live on 7 Mile on the other side of Boulder Creek, Grandpa, and I've had a daughter go to Rockford too. Good to see a lot of taxpayers here tonight. A lot of big crowds. We feel trapped. If you haven't, we feel trapped. Last minute they sprung this on us. We've got no recourse. Here we are. Okay, a few simple points off of this Kent County letter that they sent to you. Thank you for posting that on the internet. First, the numbers they used to justify this order from the Kent County Health Department. They state that a surge in the number of cases requiring hospitalizations among 0 to 17-year-olds is the reason for this surprise order. That number, their number, is 4 per million. They also state in the state of Alabama, it's all the way up to 34 per million. That's the highest one right now in the country. Skip that. Let's go back to the peak of the pandemic. The highest it ever got for that age group is 80 per million. So if we have 2,000 elementary school kids, I don't know. That equates to 0.16. 16 1/100ths of one child. That's your chances. That's what they predicated this whole emergency thing on, those kind of numbers. Okay, as the previous gentleman said, it either further decreasing to that justification comes when you factor in the CDC's own stats, 35%, 33% of hospitalized kids for COVID in that age group actually go into intensive care. 1/3 of 16 1/100ths of one child, those are the odds you're rolling on your face mask. Okay? And, might I remind, those are worst case scenarios. They were before all our treatments and drugs were refined to the point that they are now. Second point, they state this is not political, it's purely concern. We are concerned, you are concerned, general consensus, everybody's concerned for the kids. However, from what I can gather through available public information in this letter, 5 people of the Kent Intermediate School District requested one person at the health department to order face masks so that all of Kent County schools could be under this order. 5 people moved to get a bigger hammer to shut down. Tens of thousands of parents hope that we could return to school without masks. And this letter submits this fraction of a number and claims it's not political. What is it? We believe it's gaslighting. Gaslighting, because this is what we believe.
Conclusion, please, Ted.
I'm good. 3 minutes.
Got time for one more on this side before we take a 5-minute break before our next session.
It's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. You have to allow everybody to speak.
We're providing 2 sessions. You'll get a chance on the second one.
Is it 2 different meetings?
2 different meetings.
Then you have to allow everybody in this meeting that wants a chance to speak their chance to speak.
This is not my first time up here speaking, but I want to address the Board of Education that it is your duty to uphold office and uphold the Constitution of the United States, regardless of what all of our, as you might want to call them, opinions are and our scientific facts, whether or not you will educate yourselves in that manner. You are responsible to uphold your oaths of office and the Constitution of the United States. It is logical and reasonable to expect extraordinary proof of safety, efficacy, and compliance with laws when extraordinary medical interventions are demanded of our children. And we require bona fide, that means in good faith and without deceit, proof that demonstrates the medical interventions of masking, testing, and vaccinating are based on legal evidence and in compliance with the Constitution of the United States. Can you show bona fide proof that these students are not part of the we the people, as referenced in the preamble of the Constitution of the United States? Can you show bona fide proof that the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution of Michigan is suspended? That federal and state executive branch administrative rules, orders, regulations, and mandates are laws that supersede the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of Michigan, or federal and state legislative laws, and that's just the beginning. I would like to extend my extra time, minute and a half, to Tammy Clark when she gets the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tammy Clark.
We're gonna take a 5 minutes break. We can take a break. Listen.
You are in violation of the Michigan Open Meetings Act.
Listen. We
Okay.
can take a break. We can come back and we'll listen to you. Okay?
No.
We're not adjourning the meeting. We're going to take a break.
All right, this meeting is now recessed. This session is in recess. It'll be concluded at a later time. The second meeting will start at 6:30.
Let Tammy speak. Let Tammy speak.
What is wrong with you? You want the staff to have your masks, don't wear my mask for you. I have the evidence-based papers for you. And your cloth masks, they're just going to make you sick. I also have the evidence-based papers for you.
Okay, guys, listen, I've got 7 randomized controlled trials with me, plus one of my own publications. This is what I have done for 20 years. I've worked in the field of industrial hygiene, occupational, environmental health and safety, and I have managed the respiratory certainty, because OSHA's own laws are based on the science that's already settled, that cloth masks, surgical masks, do absolutely nothing to protect you against a virus. Nothing. That science is already settled. So I brought a whole bunch of randomized controlled trials with me to give to the board so they can see the science, because the health department in Michigan has zero. I know because I FOIA'd it. And when it came back to Dr. Gordon, you know what it was? It was a bunch of op-eds. It was junk science. So much so that another one of my colleagues, with an attorney from the Great Lakes Justice Center, sent out a public open letter to all of those in the Michigan Health Department, in the government, and just a few days later, Gordon resigned. With $150,000 payout to keep him silent about all of this. There is so much corruption behind this. And you know what this is about? Money. That's right! They are masking your kids because they get COVID dollars if they do it. Nothing to do with their health and safety. Nothing. Because children react to COVID very well. Their ACE2 receptors not fully developed. Why do you think kids don't get sick from COVID? Why do you think kids don't die from COVID? They simply don't. They're the one segment of our population that's not at risk. And yet we're masking our kids. Why? Because they get major COVID dollars from the federal government in the next 5 years if they do. That's why. This school.
This stops now.
And this school board knows it. They're not paid. They're not paid. The school gets the money.
They don't get paid, the school gets the money.
There is so much corruption going on here. You all need to know it. Your kids are being used. There's money to the school. I have science. That's my profession. And I came here to show it to all of you. I am gold standards of testing that the government does not have to this board, because the onus is on them. And they are complicit for the greater hazards created by masking our children if they still go along with it. And you need to get your kids out of this board.
The last meeting into a recess.
If the disruptions continue, this meeting won't.
There was not a motion to put the last meeting into recess.
Are you gonna let me continue with the meeting? Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. Okay? Everybody's gonna get a chance to speak. Who wants to? So, the meeting is called to order. I'm gonna start with a moment of silence, and then we're gonna do the pledge. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Now if you rise, join me to pledge allegiance.
We have not done this at this board until two women came in with a flag of their own to force these people to do that. This board was not doing it.
The republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we've got an agenda before us. It's the business portion of this meeting. If I get a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Where's your motion to put the last meeting into recess?
Stop yelling.
I got a motion from Andrea. All right.
Last meeting's still going.
Support by Tim. To approve tonight's agenda, we need a vote. So all in favor of approving tonight's agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those not in favor, the same. All right, the agenda is approved. We start with recognition, of which there is none tonight. We are going to our consent agenda. This is the consent items are things that have been discussed before. In order to save time, we are going to work with the consent agenda tonight, as we normally do. If I could have a motion to approve the consent agenda tonight. Tim, motion by Tim. Support by Bobby. Is there any item on the consent agenda that the board would like to remove for discussion at a later time? Okay, the consent agenda is approved. Oh, yes. Sorry, thank you, Tim. All right, we need to vote on that one. All right, all in favor of consent agenda tonight, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Thank you. Now it's approved. All right, next item, reports. Dr. Shugger.
Yes, we're going to have a report on our summer learning program and our return to school learning program as well. Since there are a few people that came into the audience, it's the study session that was public here. I'm going to repeat what I said at the beginning of the meeting regarding our return to learning program. First of all, I think it's important to note that when we became aware of COVID in March 2020, we decided to take a position that we're going to follow the health experts who do this for a living, who manage pandemics, who manage outbreaks, who manage communicable disease issues, who do this every day, and that would be the CDC, which is the federal level. That would be the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services at the state level, and that would be the Kent County Health Department, as well as other county health departments in the state of Michigan. And we decided that the research that they develop and that they make known will be the research and the directives and the health protocols that they establish, because that's what they do. That's what their job is. And that we weren't going to study in detail or even accept research that in fact did not follow what the professionals in the health departments were promulgating. Okay, then we moved, of course, through the 2020-21 school year, and we implemented our summer learning program, in which we had close to 2,000 students participating in grades K through 12. And at that point is when I announced to the parents and to the staff and to the students that we would follow parent choice in whether students would wear masks during the summer learning program. And that's what we did. And I was prepared to state to the parents, the staff, the students, the community at large, that we would continue with parent choice in wearing masks. That was all the way up until Friday, this past Friday, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when we received from the Kent County Health Department a public health order. Public health order as defined by the state legislature is a mandate. And that public health order clearly stated that students in pre-kindergarten through 6th grade are required to wear masks. And that adults, teachers, support staff, and others who work with students in pre-K through 6th grade were also required to wear masks. And that there could be exceptions made, but they would have to be filtered through the system here with people that are in charge to determine. for health reasons, whether those masks could be relinquished. Now, they also stated in their public health order, the Kent County Health Department, that in fact grades 7 through 12, while highly recommended to wear masks, were not being required to wear masks. For obvious reasons, one being the vaccine is available to them if they choose to get it. Speaking of vaccines, I want to make it real clear. The school district has no authority, none, in requiring vaccines for adults and or children. So, and
Let him talk. It's his time right now.
and the Kent County Health Department and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services has not made, and I don't believe they will make, a demand or requirement or a health order that people get the vaccine. I certainly believe it's a choice issue as well. But I want to make this real clear that we, the school districts in Kent County, or Genesee County, or Ottawa County, or Kalamazoo County, or Allegan County, are in a position, it's not their decision, it's the health department's public health.
It isn't true. So the health department runs my body now?
This isn't a comment time.
Don't lie to us now. Then quit blowing smoke up our hind.
Listen, it's this simple. It's this simple. If you guys are going to make noise, we're going to adjourn this meeting and continue it at another time. Okay? This isn't public comment.
Just let Dr. Schreiber finish his comment.
So I'll reframe my comments to Kent County. And the mandate clearly states what I just mentioned. And I can't tell you that in 2 weeks from now, or a month from now, or next week from now, that they in fact may, the Kent County Health Department, or the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services may in fact issue a public health order, a mandate that students in grades 7 through 12 would be required to wear masks. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that the public health order is a requirement. And people have asked me, what, just don't follow it, just stand up against it. Well, clearly this is what can happen. The public, Kent County Health Department would go, they've already told me they would in past months when I've challenged them, that they would go to the courts and get a court order, an injunction, to require us to follow the order. They could, let me finish, please. They could also close the school district down, not just pre-K through 6, but also the 7 through 12. I'm telling you what they can do. That would in fact affect all 8,000 students. So these are, if anyone questions the fact whether the county health department and or the state has the power to do that, they do. And so we're in a position where we are following the mandate that was issued on Friday. It was my expectation on Friday before 2 o'clock that it would be parent choice and staff choice. That was my expectation and other superintendents' expectation until that county public health order was issued. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. So, now I want to explain what we're going to do in these reports tonight. And we'll start out with our Executive Director of Community Services, Lisa Jacobs, to talk a little bit about our summer learning program. Lisa?
Dr. Scheibler. I'm happy to report on the summer learning and to begin the report of back to school today. With the presentation, it's with great pleasure that I get to share the information with all of my colleagues here on the stage. We had a great summer. We had a great opportunity to see our staff and our students engage in a very fun, but yet continued learning during the summer. So really quickly, I'd like to highlight on the left, you have elementary summer targeted learning and a couple of quotes that I would like to share. So basically, for summer learning, for our targeted sessions at the elementary level, one of the things that parents mentioned to us is that it was such a great opportunity for their student. They felt prepared for second grade and were reading better. And so that was really a great piece of feedback that we received from a parent, as well as from our exploration camps. The 2-week camps were just great fun, but they kept the students engaged, and they loved the opportunity to be able to spend 2 weeks with their friends and with the teachers. On the right, for our online book clubs, another elementary opportunity. We had a number of students involved, as you can see, but it also kept the students reading during the summer and engaged and prepared them for back to school as well. If you look on the right, bottom right, our online math tutoring. One of our parents stated the fact that they were so excited about the teachers and the administrators bringing the programs to our students this summer. So good job to our staff and our administrators. Overall, if you take a look at the middle, our survey results altogether, 97% of our parents that responded said that their students benefited from the summer learning experience overall. Again, so much to be happy about and so much to be proud of, and keeping our students engaged over the summer. 35% of the parents agreed that their family benefited from the free food that was provided during our summer learning opportunities. Again, we learned so much from the feedback from our parents. So 35% felt it was necessary, but then we learned that not everyone will need that next summer. Overall comments for our summer learning program is that so many, again, students benefited from this, and they're looking forward to offerings again in 2022. Also, one other benefit to our summer learning is the fact that our staff were able to meet with students and a smaller class size. So again, a very successful summer program. At the secondary level, our middle school students enjoyed a fun opportunity in middle school targeted summer learning. Also, Camp Win was another 2-week opportunity, and the students had a blast. I want you to take a look at the far right, where we look at our high school credit recovery program. Again, kudos to the high school staff and the team led by Lorinda Fays. If you take a look at the number of credits attempted and then the credits earned, we had a 91% success rate with our high school credit recovery. Outstanding. Also, open credit, again, 98% success rate. And again, kudos to the high school staff and the administration that led that program. Overall, our survey, as you take a look in the middle, highlighted in bold, we have 82% of the parents recognize that without transportation or with transportation, it made it absolutely possible for their student to attend. And then if you take a look at the second bullet under survey results, you'll see that the parents indicated that the times and the dates that the program was offered was appropriate for their family. Now, most importantly, at our high school level, we had students respond with some feedback, and as you will see, choice books and having an option of what to read was one of their favorite items in the high school credit recovery program. Also, the students enjoyed the fun activities that were involved during the summer learning. So overall, as you can see, whether it's our parents, our students, everyone that participated and had responded, overall, it was a huge success, and kudos to our staff and our administration for their work this summer. Thank you.
we had a very creative program with the summer reading bus. Our Director of Literacy, Sharon Wells, will introduce the topic along with the guest speaker with her. Sharon?
Thank you, Dr. Scheidler, Board of Education and Central Office Administrators. This is an exciting report for us. In January of this last year, I was in a meeting with our instructional coaches, and my colleague Rachel said, you know, I'd love nothing more than to ride around in a bus all summer and give books to kids. And I kind of chuckled and said, yeah, that would be really fun. And then we moved on to the rest of our agenda. And shortly after that, I was sitting in my office one day and I thought, what if there really is a bus that we could do this with? So I contacted our Director of Transportation, Matt Hewitt, and said, you got any buses that just kind of hang around? And he said, I've got 5. He said, they're all retired, they can't take kids anymore, but we can retrofit them into whatever you need. And that began our journey. So what we'd like to tell you about today is that this would not be possible without our incredible support from our community and from our Rockford Education Foundation, who gave us a $25,000 founders grant to fund this idea. We had so many donations from our community. We had the paint donated, we had shelves and benches and wood donated. We had Rockford High School students create the artwork and make that bus come to life. And most importantly, we had our community donate thousands and thousands of books for us to put along with our newly purchased books to make this possible. Here you're going to see a little bit of the transformation from what it became until, what do they call it? Speed Racer Blue. And then yes, Petty Blue, thank you. And then this is what the Rockford Book Bus ended up looking like in its final stage with the artwork from the high school. The theme was reading takes you places. Here's a little bit of the inside. They literally took everything out of it. They retrofitted it with benches, shelves, and of course air conditioners, since we'll be going through the summer.
Okay, well, I was the lucky one to actually get to ride the bus this summer, and I was so encouraged by the community's response to us showing up in their neighborhoods and at their schools and at their daycares. So the book bus launched on June 14th. We started it at Saddle Ridge, and we were shocked when there were 70 kids jumping up and down as we pulled into that neighborhood, excited about a bus full of books. So that was our first stop, and the librarian on board and the bus driver, we all looked at each other afterwards and like, we're gonna need more books. And then we're like, oh my goodness, we're gonna need more snacks. So it was a really great way to start our journey this summer. We did have some targeted locations, like we wanted to go to all of our schools. There were some daycares that we wanted to hit. And then we also opened it up on the website so neighborhoods could sign up. In less than a week, the sign up was full, and we found ourselves with a waiting list. So at that time, we added a couple more days to our schedule during that week of July 4th, and we're able to fulfill those requests as well. We could not have done it without volunteers. We had 50 volunteers, staff members, parents, grandparents that would show up and just help kids pick out those just right books. And we were really excited to make 136 stops this summer. All right, and this is just a picture at one of our stops. You can see it's in the Highlands. There's the blue water tower in the background. And you can see that we have one of our volunteers reading to a crowd of kids. We also did some read-alouds on the bus this summer. It was amazing how many people would just show up during that hour. We would sit there. We would get like a blast at the beginning, and then we get another group towards the middle, and then another group towards the end. So lots of kids were able to experience just the joy of reading this summer. And it was nice because we handed out the snacks, and then they would stick around and talk, and it was just a really neat sense of community as well. So our targeted age groups for this first year were birth to age 12, and my goodness, did we go through board books this summer. We could not keep those things on the bus. They were going off left and right. Our largest week, we had 700 visitors. On average, around 400 to 500, and our smallest week was 393 visitors, which to me doesn't seem all that small for being our smallest week. We also tried to keep the kids really engaged because sometimes we had a line wrapped around the bus waiting to get on the bus. It's a good problem to have, I promise you. So So we would have some fun word puzzles and boggle boards and jokes of the day that we would share with the kids, and then obviously we would be reading aloud to them as well. But for our first summer, 4,408 visitors to the bus. We are really excited about that number. This is one of our volunteers here. She's a teacher out at Lakes, and my goodness, can that girl read over and over and over again. She's like a machine. She just keeps getting these kids. She attracts them. They all want to hear a story. But just a great sense of just that big gap in age from birth to age 12. The reading bus attracted lots of different learners this summer. So we couldn't have done this without the community. In April, we did a book drive right after March's Reading Month, and my goodness, we got boxes upon boxes of books. We did not have a sophisticated checkout system, and I'm really glad we didn't, because that gave the kids the freedom to read it and love it and return it kind of on their own timeline, and it also gave them the freedom to read it, love it, and share it with somebody else. So that was really great. We are proud to report, though, that 70% of our books have been returned. This is that, these kids, just look at their smiles, super excited. This particular date here at our last visit, they reached out and just want to know, can the kids still check out books on your last visit, or do they just have to return the books? I said, yes, they can check out books. I'll come pick them up later. So super excited to read throughout the entire summer.
This is just a summary of what we just shared, but we just could not be more thankful for the Rockford Education Foundation and their donation to this incredible project and the support from our community and from our school district to make this happen. We did have a great video created for us by School News Network. If you are interested in looking at it, it's a lot of fun, and it kind of gives the purpose of bringing literacy to the door of our kids. And we're very excited to see you next summer. Talk about transportation today.
Yeah, he didn't mention that bus, the mechanics, when they helped out with that, they were excited because they had the choice of color. So it was Richard Petty blue. Big NASCAR fans that we have. Mechanics, so they were excited about that. Just want to talk a little bit about the operations. My colleague Corey and Mike Graham will be talking their respective areas, but just want to talk about transportation briefly. For the first day, we normally report out to the board. So essentially we have approximately 65 buses that transport just under 5,000 students normally during the day. We're about at that number today. We actually had a good day for transportation. There's a bit of a 2-week learning curve, if you will, getting new students on board, new bus drivers, learning the routes and such. So today was no different than what we've had in the past. I tell you what, the transportation staff takes great pride in making sure their students make it to and from home and school. I've been there in the morning and the afternoon on the first couple of days, and they're in constant communication through the repeater system that we have. Each bus has a communication pipeline to the head of transportation. So basically, they're in constant communication. If there's ever a chance where a kid is missed at a stop or something, they will call and another bus will pick that kiddo up. Essentially, with what we do on a day-to-day basis, they are looking out for the safety of those kids and making sure that they make it back and forth. Take great pride in what they do in transportation perspective. And we're very excited because the bond issue actually paid for 7 new buses that we replaced some of the old ones that was discussed recently. We do go through a retirement of older buses. Basically, our mechanics do a great job of getting the last bit of mileage out of each one of those buses, but there are times when we have to replace those, and we only do those on a 12 or 14 basis. So we're very excited about that. We're able to get those buses in and running, and it turned out to be a very good day for transportation.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Now I'd like our Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, Mike Graham, our Assistant Superintendent for HR, Human Resources, Corey Wilson-Crawford, and our Executive Director of Special Services, Mindy Duba, will finalize the report tonight regarding the first day of school. Mike?
Thank you, Dr. Scheibler and Board of Education. Again, as Mike Cuneo mentioned, kind of an annual report on the first day. Very timely that today was the first day today. So we spent some time around the district, and we'll have some pictures here for you. For the three of us, we'll kind of report on a couple slides each and give you a bit of a summary. Before we do that, though, I think all of us would echo the fact that, it's been challenging over the last couple of years to prepare for school, and particularly this summer thinking about, getting our staff prepared and having them help us make sure that the beginning of the school was so successful. So before we even go on, I'm just extremely proud of our staff. I mean, you can see the things that we're trying to do and be innovative, from reacting to a need during the summer and frankly making the best or largest summer learning program in West Michigan, to buying a bus, right, through a partnership and traveling out to the communities. Two examples, but they are happening on large scales and small scales every single day. Our staff are committed to making the experience great for our students, no matter the times, for sure. We started today. Nearly 8,000 students came to the doors of Rockford Public Schools. Just a few quotes there from principals as of after lunchtime. You see the day was positive, welcoming, and it was great to have the building full of life. You see that there's, realistically some anticipation, maybe a little bit of worry about today, but when the kids got in, it felt like it smoothed out and began to feel like we're back on what they know and what we know. And then again, the students were very cooperative and essentially trying to, certainly make sure that they're there for the right reasons. And here you have some pictures of a few of our kids from today, or experiences from today. So the picture on the left, we have kids being guided by one of our adults. And they're going around the building and figuring out what rooms their schedules are going to be. Normally like the first day, right? And here, it could be, this is where we go to art, if you will, and that class is going to go around and find their normal schedule. The day was full of those types of things. I mentioned previously, it's locker combinations, it's trying to find the schedules, right? It's making sure you're out for the bus. It's the human part of that relationship of building it with the school, building it with your classmates, building it with the teachers. And again, our staff was very well prepared to ensure one priority today. Let's set a positive tone. Let's welcome the kids, right? And set a positive tone, that first impression of the school year, and get them in here, really, kind of begin learning and start to get that consistency going. So Corey will share a little bit more as we move through a few other photos.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Dr. Scheibler and Board of Education, for the opportunity to share a few things that happened today. We have a cadre of 40 new teachers who are new to Rockford schools, and so your cabinet made a commitment today to go out to those buildings and check on our staff, especially our new staff, and make sure that things were going well. And I can tell you that sitting in on staff meetings this morning, we had teachers excited about the passion. Students in the top right, and then you can see in the bottom right a group of students. And so we're excited for the opportunities and the challenges that 21-22 will bring, but we're so proud of our staff and students and their experience today on that positive first day. You can see here a couple of other examples of students at the high school and the middle school. One of them highlights our Creative Teaching and Learning Center, where we have students on the first day of school engaged in a group learning process. And again, we are so happy to have our students present and our staff present. We're proud of the work that they did today. We're excited to have them come back tomorrow, and we're looking forward to a great year of learning and continuing the tradition of excellence that we have here at RPS. Mindy Duba, our Executive Director of Student Services, will also talk about some of those special programs and the things that happened there today. Mindy?
All right, good evening. So we were able to welcome back all of our students today, and we had a phenomenal day in special services with our students. So a couple of quotes from some of the staff that I talked to today. So students were so excited and happy to be in school today. It always amazes me to see the growth that happens in our students over the course of summer break, both physically and mentally. We know our students change a lot over the summer, and we saw some really positive growth happen for our students. Another highlight from today was from our RITS program, our program for adult learners, and they were able, for their exercise portion of the day, to walk down to the Rockford Dam, and a lot of them were able to log over 7,500 steps. help getting back into the swing of things at school. And there's a picture to showcase their time today. So very successful for our special populations of students. We're glad to have them back at our buildings and working to meet their needs every day.
I think that, that concludes our report. We thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about today. The start of the school year, know that we'll continue to share opportunities or experiences that our students and staff are having throughout further board meetings. But all in all, again, we're looking forward to a very successful start and completion of our school. So thank you.
Thanks. Thanks to all involved who gave that report. We appreciate those details, we really do, and it's good seeing those things that are happening in our schools. That concludes reports. Next order. Yeah. Sorry, Nick. Comments from the board. Go ahead.
So I don't know if this is for Mr. Ram or Corey, but I am curious. We'll be tracking or be asking questions in the future. How's it going with the staff? How much time are they spending doing teaching? Tracking all of this new stuff that we have to do. Again, I know, I'm not oblivious to the fact that a lot of the staff probably was disappointed as well. So I am curious, I will be asking in the future, how much effort they're spending, if they're, how they're coping, and if the burden of this is all falling onto the building leader. I know the dynamic's different in each building, but I will be asking about that in the future. Hours after the first day, clearly, we need some time for that, but I have to be asking about that.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Be happy to report to you. And, again, I think there are going to be challenges. And we'll have to overcome those this year as we have in the past. I think our track record is to overcome, but I think what you're saying is sometimes it takes a toll. And I recognize that this is taking a toll. And I know that we want to support our staff members because they are working differently, to your point. They're working for the right reason and they're motivated from that point, but it is a difficult job. And so appreciate that perspective and happy, whatever the board would like for us to report on, we want to recognize their efforts and also respond. I think what you're saying is when we need to assist them in their duties. Thank you.
Comments from any other board members? Thanks again, you guys. Appreciate the report. Thank you, Nick. On to old business, of which there is none from the last meeting. The next item on the agenda is new business. We have some exciting new business.
Yes, we have 11 teachers that I'll be recommending that you employ for the 2021-22 school year. Corey?
Thanks, Dr. Scheibler. In front of you, you have 11 new staff members and their resumes. Our hiring committees have gone through a full vetting process on all of these new positions, and I'm excited to share with you that I have been able to meet with each one of these teachers individually, go through all of the hiring information with them, and they have also participated in our new staff professional development. And so we have 11 teachers in front of you here on paper, and I would also like to express some gratitude on behalf of the new teachers who aren't able to join us tonight for just their appreciation for you believing in them and hiring them to be part of the Rockford Public Schools family. As you can see here today and also through the reports, we have a great staff, but it is going to be a year that is probably unlike some first-year teachers' years have typically been. And so we're excited for them, and Dr. Scheibler, it's my recommendation that you consider hiring them.
I recommend to the Board of Education that you employ the 11 teachers you see on the report tonight for the 2021-22 school year.
Thank you, Corey. And I know Corey's interview process is very extensive, so these are obviously some really quality people. So you've heard Dr. Scheibler's recommendation. Do I have a motion? Okay, Nick makes the motion. Support? Support by Kelly. All those in favor of hiring this new certified staff?
Quick discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to point out for many in the audience, we do get pretty excited. We don't hire every teacher that graduated from Rockford that applies, but in each group, it's always good to see some people come back, and that's occurred again this summer on several occasions. I don't know if people realize that. Not everybody is from outside, and it is particularly satisfying that we haven't taken some kids right out of Rockford, to go into the teaching profession. It's super, super exciting when we do that.
That is true. It's good to see that, and it's good to see quality people gracing our buildings once again. All right, so any other comments?
Why you guys wearing masks?
We'll take a vote. All those in favor of hiring these 11 people, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. They are officially hired. Okay, moving on. Now we'll go back to comments. Those people that are new to the room, once again, 3 minutes. I appreciate people sticking to that. And we'll work our way through just like we did in an orderly fashion. That's a good way to do it. And we're going to start over on this side.
Okay, thank you very much. Like I said previously, my name is Tammy Clark. I actually am one of those professionals that sits on pandemic preparedness and emergency response boards. I actually am the person that works with government agencies and helps them to determine what we need to do in the event of a pandemic. However, this year, when COVID hit, what did the government do? From the federal government to the state governments, they eliminated those in my position. All we were listening to was Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx. There was no multidisciplinary approach this time around. And everybody in my field was going, what is going on? What is the deal? We are the industrial hygienists, the occupational and environmental health and safety professionals that develop pandemic response plans. We are the ones that recommend what sort of protective factors we need to do. And we never, ever, when dealing with a virus, utilize masks, especially masks. If you look at the board up here, all these different masks. You've got surgical masks, homemade cloth masks, grandma's curtains for all I know. How many of them are rated? How many of them have been tested? How do we know what they protect against? That's the point. Those of us in my career field do the testing. We know what measures need to be utilized. And when it came to COVID, all of that science went out the window. And we abandoned what's called the hierarchy of safety and controls. And we went right to the very last level of protection, which is PPE. OSHA's trying to get around that by calling it now source control. Yeah, I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. PPE is anything you utilize for personal protective factors to protect you against a known hazard. A virus is a known hazard, and you cannot eliminate the hierarchy. If we had started with the hierarchy, we would have stopped at number 2, which is engineering controls. This school could have put in an iWave HVAC system for about $7,000 to $8,000, and we could have stopped right there. And we could have eliminated the virus because this is an aerosolized virus. This is not about respiratory droplets. This is aerosolized. So it goes right through the front of your mask, right out the sides as a jet, and it floats in the air for up to 50, 60 days. If we had increased our ventilation, which is what OSHA mandates that we do, we could have eliminated this to begin with, and we could have stopped right there. But what we are doing is we're violating, OSHA is guilty of revisionism, and they're being used, they're being weaponized against us. And it's those in my profession that stand up and speak out. And we're saying, these masks are child abuse. Yep. They are child abuse. Studies going back to the 1970s. I have a whole bunch of them here. Actual randomized controlled trials, not just a bunch of op-eds that everybody else is regurgitating, including the health department, because Robert Gordon delivered nothing that was factual or scientific, nothing. Now I'm telling you this is about money. We parents are not stupid. And this information did not come from the legislature. It is rogue health departments. Stiffen your spines and stand up. You can tell them no. There are a lot of other schools.
Listen to the people.
Check. Sean Courtier, radicalized citizen. I don't like the clock. I've been to a lot of these school board meetings. This is dehumanizing off the bat. I feel like I'm back in an IEP meeting. Here's what I'll tell you. How many of you knew that this was coming? How many of you had a sick feeling that at the last minute the mask? You guys should have been prepared. I understand you're in a tough spot, but you had all summer to get your ducks in a row and figure out what you were going to do. And you failed to do that clearly because you don't have a good answer for us. You say that you're following the science. We have one expert that we're following. How many of you people have confidence in the CDC anymore? We're 20 months into this. How many of you people have confidence in MyOSHA or the Michigan Health Department? How many of you enjoy having one of the strictest lockdowns in the nation and watching our numbers skyrocket? It's ridiculous. So listen, I'm going to tell you about mandates because you indicated that you didn't think that this was going to turn into a mandate for the vaccine. Right? The vaccine was approved today by the FDA. So the masks are a small battle. And you know what? I want to talk to you guys anyhow. The masks are a small battle. Okay? The real battle is going to be the vaccine. Okay? It's got FDA approval. The damn thing is still in a clinical trial. It's not even going to finish clinical trials until 2023. And the pharmaceutical companies are making billions. Billions of dollars. I'll talk to you about mandates. My father served in the Vietnam War. He was a Marine sniper. He was shot in the neck. He fell 40 feet out of a tree and broke his back. He moved to New Mexico. He was mandated by the New Mexico VA to receive the vaccine or his treatments would end. He was mandated, he was vaccinated, and he died 5 days later. So I'm here to tell you that we have work to do. How many people typically show up to a school board meeting? Amen. We did this to ourselves. If the school board is not responsive, recall them. If the school board is not responsive, throw them out. I'll tell you right now that there is a Board of Commissioners meeting downtown on Thursday morning at 8 a.m. You should be there. You should organize with all of the school districts, and you should show up and you should make a difference. Because these guys need to do better. This is the third year that these kids are going into school with a mask mandate. And we know that the masks are meaningless, right? Plenty of states didn't lock down. Plenty of states did not mask up. We suffered the consequences. Do we want to look at another billboard coming back from Indiana thanking Michigan residents for freaking increasing their sales by 20%?
Okay, John, okay, next.
Man, how am I going to follow that?
Thank you. I want to thank you for all the work that you've been doing this year. It has been a hard year. My name is Caroline Doe. I'm a Rockford parent, and I'm also a cell molecular biologist with a PhD. And recently, I'm actually working on COVID-19 research. I have a BSL level 2 lab, and I wear PPE at work. I want to talk about Delta variant and how it's different from Wuhan. The variant count in the throat in Delta patient is 1,000 times higher.
She respected you guys.
And there are also 3 mutations at the receptor binding domain, which makes it stickier to the cells. For those of you who don't understand or not, is how transmissible a particular virus is. Right now, it is at 9. Delta variant is 3 times higher than Wuhan. Wuhan used to be 3. So whatever we were doing last year is going to be even harder this year to keep the transmission down. However, recent papers that show being previously infected by Wuhan has 0 protection over Delta. It actually blows my mind when I read that paper because it means the whole natural protection immunity theory is out of the window. In fact, one of my coworkers, his daughter just gets secondary infection, this time by Delta, the second time. Last year, they got...
Quiet, please. Everybody deserves a chance to talk. Everybody.
So our only saving grace right now is the vaccine. And many scientists like me have poured their heart and soul over years and years of research to make this vaccine. As a scientist, I can tell you how we absolutely hate standing here, taking sides on political issues.
But we also understand the science is very, very powerful, and that is why politicians on both sides want to use science to justify their arguments. The truth is, when you have a brain tumor, who do you call? You call your neurologist, not your hairdresser. It's not nothing wrong with your hairdresser, it's just that if you want the best outcome from this terrible, terrible diagnosis, wouldn't you want the best neurologist to be on your side? Wouldn't you want to listen for what they have to say? And the thing is, right now, the CDC, the NDHHS, the Kane County Health Department, they are our experts in this matter. There are our neurologists to get out of this pandemic. And I hope that we will listen to them, because they have their expertise that we all here, perhaps even me, don't have. And knowing that wearing a mask will not cause physical harm, and however, bullying and discriminating, that definitely will have serious consequences on children's development. I hope that the school not only adopt universal masking, but also encourage masking by supporting the students who are wearing masks so that they're not being bullied. I hope that we can keep everybody so that they can be in school, in person this year, rather than being isolated at home again. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
That's a very tough one to follow a little bit. Hello and good evening. My name is Amanda Dunhoff, and I reside in Rockford. I would appreciate all 12 of you and everyone in attendance to listen to me carefully. I am not here to yell, scream, or threaten you. I don't have fancy graphs and pie charts with me because at this point, it does not seem to matter. You have one side saying masks work, and they have the proof for it. Then you hear the other side saying masks don't work, and here's the data on that. It's a damned if you do, a damned if you don't situation. How do you know which one is right? It's a very good question because all the data is conflicted and confusing. That is why we should always have the choice to do what is right for ourselves and our families. What I am here today for is to support every parent's right to choose what is in the best interests of their families. If parents choose to mask their children, we should support that. If parents choose not to mask their children, we should support that too. Yep. We were all given free will for a reason. My husband Andrew and I used to be proud parents of 2 Rockford Rams, and our youngest was going to start DK next school year. Having our children in Rockford was always our dream. But with all the mandates and our belief that schools should not supersede a parent's right to choose, Andrew and I have been given a new dream, and our children are no longer enrolled at RPS. How many more students need to be polled for RPS to realize that what is happening is not right? Not just at RPS, but all over the world. I'm just one person. I don't know how to fix all the world's problems. But if I can come here and help make a difference in our own little part of the world, then I'll do all that I can to help support these parents and their families for their right to choose what is right for them. We sometimes forget that we don't always have to agree with one another, and how you act with those disagreements shows your true character. I don't know you guys, but I will still pray for all 12 of you, and I will hope and I pray that you guys see the light and see what you're doing to our children, what you're doing to their children, because you're not doing it to my children no more.
Thank you. Okay, next. this side.
My name is Mary Fountain, and I'm a Rockford resident. I know you won't answer, but I wonder how many of you have seen the science behind the unconstitutional public health order by Mr. London. The article clearly states that it is a computational model based on assumptions and has not even been peer-reviewed. There were no test studies done, and it doesn't consider that children are not affected by COVID-19 at the same rate as adults, with death rates lower than the flu. Pretty unscientific. The article was supported by none other than the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, a political action committee. Under the competing interest statement, the researchers received grants from the NIH and CDC. Are you awake yet? The efficacy of masks has proven to be negligible or ineffective by various health leaders. It has been proven the virus is not contained by masks. The use of masks is purely to concede political beliefs and demonstrate conformity. We have a governor up for re-election soon who finally learned that mandates didn't benefit her political science. The MDHHS will not order more mandates because they know it'll affect the governor's campaign. We now have rogue county health departments targeting our youngest and most vulnerable in the name of politics. The CDC, which is nothing more than a rogue recommending agency of the executive branch of the U.S. government, continues to change their recommendations with no science analysis backing their opinions. Furthermore, it has been proven that the CDC is compromised as they are receiving kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies. Masks have physiological effects by creating a feeling of shame and second-class citizenry upon our kids. They affect learning and create anxiety for our kids. Masks have been proven to have physical effects in that they breed bacteria, and children constantly must touch and readjust them, bringing their hands to their face, and they restrict breathing. The policy is applied to children generally under the age of 12, but not to older children. This is inconsistent and clear age discrimination. The RPS policy strictly prohibits this type of discrimination in their policy manual. In addition, the discrimination laws of Title IX prohibit this type of discrimination in the state of Michigan and in the U.S. Many have expressed beliefs that mask wearing must be done to conform with admin policies. Parents and children who do not hold these same views are, in effect, being forced to comply and support these beliefs through their children. This is compelled speech, which is unconstitutional and cannot be allowed. Our children should not be used as pawns to further political agendas of the CDC, presidential, or gubernatorial administrations. Refusal to allow a student to attend school without a mask is a violation of their First and 14th Amendment and MCL 380.1711 of free and appropriate public education.
A concluding statement, please.
Some parents believe wearing masks are against their religion and believe they should not shield the face as their faces are made in the image of God. Therefore, because of the aforementioned reasons, we demand the school board retract the mask mandate policy
Hi, my name is Jamie. I have 5 kids. 4 of them should be going to Rockford Public Schools this year. 3 of them will not. My senior is only going to stay because you haven't mandated the mask yet, and it's her senior year, and I feel like our kids deserve the chance of some normalcy. But you will not be forcing her to wear a mask, and I'm going to read you some portions of a letter that I sent to the Rockford High School today, notarized via certified mail. A single viron of the COVID is 0.1 microns large. A mask, a surgical mask, the pore size is 200 to 1,000 times larger. The virus goes right through your mask. It's like if you're trying to throw sand through a chain link fence, it's not going to stop a thing. But you know what the mask does stop? All of the bacteria that you are breathing out all day long. 8 hours of sweating and breathing their own bacteria. That causes bacterial pneumonia. And said by Dr. Fauci, I have a quote here from him regarding the 1918 flu pandemic. Dr. Fauci and his National Institute of Health studied pandemics and epidemics and concluded the vast majority of influenza deaths resulted from secondary bacterial pneumonia. We are hurting our children, and like 3 of you up there are just looking at your computers. You don't care. 75% of you deny science and are breathing your own bacteria willingly. It's disgusting. I didn't come here to talk to you. I mostly came here to talk to you. Pull your kids out of this freaking school district. This is about money. If you take away their money, they will listen. They don't care about health. Did we have a real pandemic? The USA had a growth of people by 2 million last year. Worldwide, we grew by 81 million people. Last I checked, to have a pandemic, people have to be dying. This is insane. And also, some other quotes for you from the Nuremberg Code. The voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. The experiment should be conducted as to avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and injury. We are injuring our kids. Suicide rates are skyrocketing. Does no one care about their mental health? And I know I'm not a doctor. You had a supposed doctor up here a second ago that just graduated from being indoctrinated at a college. She thinks she's correct. Here is information from a virologist. This is the greatest experiment that has ever been performed in the history of medicine. It's being performed on human beings. Another quote from Robert Malone, a virologist, immunologist, and inventor of the mRNA technology. One of our problems here is the assumption that this is like every other vaccine we've seen. And it's not. This is not a vaccine. Don't get the booster. Don't murder your children. Don't sterilize your children. Stand up for their rights.
Thank you, Dr. Schuyler and the Board of Ed. My name is Jill Whitmire. I get a little nervous from large groups. I am a teacher. I've been teaching for 23 years in a neighboring district, and I'm a parent of a Rockford student. And I just wanted to come here tonight and finally start to participate in all the hard work that you guys have been doing. And I thank you for everything that you guys are doing. And I just come with a couple of questions that maybe you can walk away and think about. Schuyler, you mentioned earlier when you were listening to the CDC and health department's guidelines, because that's what they do. And as a 23-year teacher myself and a parent, I would just like to point out that you've built an amazing district. I'm a Rockford grad, class of 1994. So I'm a product of this amazing district. And I just want to point out that you've put together an amazing team of leaders, teachers, support staff, and administrators. And I just wonder if you have surveyed those stakeholders to find and see, because I know as a 23-year teacher that we look at the whole child. We look at the entire part of every decision, whether it comes to curriculum adoption or if it comes to, a kid is struggling in reading but he's excelling in math. And why is that? And really trying to get into those fine details. And I'm just asking, one, that you look at what are those teachers, support staff, admin saying about all of this? Okay, what are the benefits? What are the hindrances to that mask in a daily situation? I had day one to day two. I'm a secondary teacher, and I'm so thankful that I was able to enjoy and celebrate their faces today. I spent recognize a child when I was outside of that classroom. I couldn't even recognize them. So I want to ask just what your stakeholders, what your team that you've put together is truly saying is best for our children. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrew, and first and foremost, eyes on me. Thank you.
to the young lady who spoke, who just graduated, congrats, and thank you for speaking, because you've shown us, like, I paid really close attention to everything. Everyone on this board was fixated on her, but then when someone else mentioned, like, hey, I'm not a fan of masks, everyone starts doing their own thing. So please, for the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds, your eyes are on me. With that, on Friday, when that mask mandate went out, saying like, hey, you know, Dr. Scheibler, this is going to happen, the health department says this, what actions did you take? Did you like look at that and go, oh my Lord, what are we going to do? We got to help the students. Or did you look at it and go, oh my God, those parents are going to be on my ass again? So, straight up, although you might say, and I'm going to take everything you say at face value because I can't know the difference. When I'm at work and I can't fix something, I don't tell someone I can't fix it. I'm an IT admin. I tell them what I'm going to do to make sure it gets fixed. So, what email got sent out to the health department saying, like, hey, this isn't right. We were allowing students to have the choice, parents to have the choice. What email was that? Was an email sent out for that? That's what I'm asking. At what point, and then let's say that you did. When did you send it to the school district saying, hey, this got sent out by the health department. Due to rules of the health department and in fear of being shut down, we must comply. But, on your behalf, I plan to do X, Y, and Z. Where was that? Was that a part of your plan? Like, where was the contingency? In addition, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here, but like, I'm really, really, really good at strategy. And I can plan things out as long as I know the right information. And the last time I was here, well, let me rephrase that, at the other building, I said that if you don't do something, it's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. We're now in the auditorium. Soon this will be filled up, and then we'll go to the gym. And then maybe the stadium. At what point do you plan to relay back to us and like, hey, here's what I'm going to do. You guys have the right to choose. Because what was it, like Benjamin Franklin once said, like, if you trade liberty for safety, you deserve neither, and neither will gape. Yep. And even if it's not to the effect that every parent here wants, you have the opportunity to say, hey, I know, I hear your concerns. Here's how I'm going to fight for you, but here's the battle that we're fighting. You made very minor mention that you brought up to the health department. But, like, since when? What now? Where are we going? What's next? Have we laid that out? What are you doing for us? If you don't stop, if you don't do something, we're only going to start amassing more.
Hi, my name is Brenda. Everybody knows me from the past year and a half. I'm a healthcare administrator and a med tech. So I'm challenging the cellular molecular biologist to show me this Delta variant was never identified, never isolated. I have the Kent County Health Department saying to assume all new variants are Delta. Town hall, anytime. I have my experts too, including Dr. Andy Wakefield, Judy McCovitz, Barbara Lee Fisher, why don't you try the National Vaccine Institute Center? So you don't need a PhD to figure it out. It's all there. It's common sense. Another thing about, thank you very much for everybody coming out. We all appreciate the fight we've been trying to do the last year and a half. And we can all agree that we will not 100% ever agree. This isn't Republican, Democrat. This is about our health freedoms. And the only job that the Board of Education do is to educate our children and follow the oath of office. So that includes none of the CRT crap and hating your parents and hating your country and the science teacher bragging about that she got a shot, which 3 of the 4 mRNA have never been used in humans before. I think she forgot to mention that. And all the animals have died in that study. This report right here was updated last week. This is less than 1% reporting. Less than 1%. 4 out of 5 miscarriages under 20 weeks. Bell's palsy, stroke, neurological diseases. This is less than 1%, guys. Less than 1%. This is about power and control. And if you don't see what's going on in Afghanistan, Cuba, Australia,
Mexican
wake
border.
up. Wake up. This board, the last year and a half, we asked them to bring in industrial hygienist, which Tammy Clark is a professional industrial hygienist. Like the cellular biologist said, you go to someone that is trained in masking. Never once did he bring it to his staff. Never once did he bring it to his students. I don't know what's going on, you guys, but I know everybody has the right to choose. If you want to wear a mask, knock yourself out. Wear mine too. I don't care. You want to take an experimental shot that the average FDA trial is 7 to 10 years and suddenly it became up? Follow the money. Follow the money, guys. Wake up. Our school board is only responsible for the education, period, which they lack on. We are responsible for our biological property, which is our children. So stand up. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name's Emily. I am a new parent to Rockford as my son started big kid school today. I'm here because I got a cookie cutter letter in response to my religious exemption letter. There are things in here that was talked about, Disability Act. I did not have that in my letter. My son has been in a faith-based daycare and preschool his whole life. 4 years. He's 5 now. He went to open house, no mask, nobody had masks. His teacher's vaccinated. And you're requiring her to wear a mask, but a 7th grade unvaccinated teacher doesn't. This discrimination is very unfair to our spiritual beliefs that our children's face should never be covered. And that we, parents, have the best interest in our children. I would never send my child to school sick. If you want to bring back temperature checks, fine. I know what is best for my child. And we have raised him in our faith and our spirit everywhere we have gone. He has not had to wear a mask and he has not been sick in 3 years since his last ear infection. They did not require it in his daycare because he was too young. Now we've crossed that line and I don't know what to do. Am I supposed to take him out of public school?
Yes.
Yes. I'm a working parent. I can't homeschool. So what am I supposed to do? Can I ask one of your teachers to homeschool if we're going to close it down? Because I will.
Give her that choice.
We all deserve the choice. And these cookie cutter responses, the 3 o'clock email when your offices are closed, and then I get a Facebook notification at 5 o'clock that you guys are meeting at 5:30.
It's illegal.
I'm a working mother with a kindergartner that just started, and this is how you welcome me to this? We specifically moved out of Sparta, I'll tell you. I moved out of Sparta, but I'm here.
I would move back.
No, their board meeting, guys, no, they don't care. They don't care. I'm hoping you guys do.
They do care.
Hey, good evening. A lot of frustration, a lot of emotions are going on. My name is Joe Sedlock. I live here in Rockford. Just a few questions for the board out of the 12 of you. When we go into a debate, it's kind of good to know what you're debating and what the stance is. So if you're willing, just by a raise of hand, are you pro-parent choice? Yes or no? Yes.
We're just taking your comments right now.
is it you're pro-mask? To be honest with you, I came in here with on a certain side of this whole thing. And I gotta tell you, I'm embarrassed. I am completely embarrassed. You talk about respect and how we treat each other. And I've stood back here and I listened to people berate people on this board. The gentleman says, look at me. I've watched you all look at your phones. Get up and walk. Everything you're asking them to do, you're not giving them. And I'm embarrassed. I lived in Rockford for 20 years. And you're asking them to do the same for you and your kids and my kids. Give them the same respect that you expect.
Don't interrupt. It's his turn to talk. It's his 3 minutes.
Ma'am?
It's his 3 minutes.
Again, respect works both ways. As a young lady who spoke on her side because of the mask and being a doctor, I'm not a doctor. I'm an engineer. I know how to solve problems, but I don't know how to solve this. And the people on this board, the one gentleman says to recall all of them, please do. But you know how many of you applied for the one seat that was open? 17. 17 of you. I was one of them. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to recall them, that's great. But please, for the sake of our kids, man, straighten up. I agree with you. I want the choice. I'm on that side. Okay, but sticking a sign up in the face of somebody you disagree with, that's wrong. That is wrong. Listen, discuss, be open, listen, respect. You all emphasized God in the Pledge of Allegiance, didn't you? I heard it, because I did it too. But the God I serve loves you and you and you. And he respects each and every one of you. So I apologize for going off course, but I'm embarrassed.
Thank you. Next speaker on this side.
Well, I was hoping I was going to be the loudest, most obnoxious guy here. But apparently these parent-teacher conferences, I'm not. This is the first one I've been to. My name's Charlie Antonopoulos. I live off the Rogue River. I got a rusty monster truck out in my driveway and a whole yard full of travelers. I don't have any graphs for you. I don't have any science for you. I have observations. We talk about follow the science. Or, you know, let's backpedal a little bit. We talk about passion. All these teachers, all these people that heard about the passion for the children. What about our passion for our children? Okay, there's a big difference between the people in these seats and the people in those seats. The people in these seats are here because they have to be. The people in these seats are here because they want to be.
Yep.
And we're not going to solve all of our problems arguing with these people here about what's right and what's wrong. They know that the masks aren't going to work. They know that this is not about science. They know that this is not about the good of our children, but this is about what they're told. They're going to follow it regardless. If we really want to make a difference, we have to stand together and we have to fight. We have to go to every meeting that we can, but these are the small fish. These are the bluegill at the end of the dock that the kids catch. Okay? We're not going to convince these people of anything. You don't think they've heard everybody else here? They've heard doctors over here. They've heard this. They've heard that. You don't. They're on the board. They're educated. What are they going to learn? They know. They know this stuff. They know that we don't want this for our children. It doesn't matter. That's not the point here. It never was the point. Health isn't the point. It's all about what they're told and then to straighten up and follow line. And as captivating as Mitch McConnell and all these people up here have been, I mean, come on. If we want to change, we have to fight. And this isn't just the way that we do. We have to go to the bigger meetings, the bigger fish. These people are not going to change their mind. As much as I'd like to say, man, all of us up here, this is really going to make a difference. They've been trying to make a difference now in this pandemic for 2 years. Okay? We've already done all these protocols. We've worn the masks. We've got the vaccinations. How many more boosters do we need? Do we need more boosters? More vaccinations? More masks on top of the vaccinations? What's going to change? We did this last year. How many students at Rockford died last year because of COVID? Anybody? I mean, how many teachers? I mean, how many funerals did we all go to? What about the flu? How many children here does the flu kill? sitting here worried. Sorry I lost track there. Anyway, sorry guys, I'm new at this. I was laying on the floor 2 hours ago. So, back to, what's the logic in saying high schoolers don't need to, and elementary school kids do? You guys have been in high school before? Who's better chance of spreading this stuff? Little kids? Or the kids naked underneath the bleachers? You tell me.
Yes, sir, next on the side.
Mr. Client, I mean, do you have any proof that your masks are working right now? Because obviously, throughout the year I've been through with my kids, that they don't work. I saw, with the elementary, I'm getting email just about every day for a case. Every day. Why in the world should I be getting an email every day for one case if every single one of those kids are wearing a mask? If they're wearing masks, shouldn't there be any cases at all? I mean, seriously. What I see, and what I've been hearing, and what I've been watching with each and every one of you, you're already contaminated by mask. Already. When I watch the sport, I'm sitting here watching the sport for Rockford and cheering Rockford on. And seeing them with masks, these kids are playing hard. Can you breathe through a mask? We're sweating. They're trying to breathe through a mask and playing soccer or playing football. We're crying out loud. And when I played sports, I knew the science in that. I knew I need oxygen to play. I need water to drink. That's where you get your oxygen from. And when you have the fountain pretty much closed with plastic, you can't get clean water. And for the fact that when you're in a room that's so hot, I wondered about the funding of the school, asking us for more money than you need for your village, and wondering why not put air conditioning in your elementary schools? Why am I paying you? Why are my taxes going to you? I shouldn't be paying you any money at all. These kids deserve a free education. Even the kids, the pre-K that are already wearing masks, why are they wearing masks? This is a time for kids who, at those times, are learning language, are learning to do different things as far as besides drawing and writing and coloring and having fun. I'm hearing zoning in our playgrounds. Why zone them? They're not dangerous. They're kids. Not mice, not parasites, not anything at all. These parents deserve to have an option. We are the parents. We deserve to make the decision for our kids, not you.
My name is Monica. We live in Rockford. We just moved here from California a couple months ago. I've never seen snow. I'm new to the community. We moved here because we were told Rockford was the best place to bring kids to go to school. I wasn't planning on speaking, so I wrote a couple notes on my phone. I was planning on just sitting here quietly and listening. You should know that I am a nurse. I've been a nurse for 10 years. I wear PPE all day at work, 12 hours a day, but I'm an adult. I understand not to touch my face. I understand how to wash my hands. I understand to wash my hands before I put on a mask, when I remove my mask, and when to replace it. My kids are 4 and 8. My 4-year-old's in DK, and I can assure you she is not wearing a mask properly. My 8-year-old has braces across the front of his teeth and across the roof of his mouth. He has a giant appliance in his mouth. The child drools, honestly. His mask is wet. I was heartbroken when I saw them come home from school today. I'm from California. I did not realize schools do not have AC here. When I saw them come home from school, They were so excited to go in the morning, even though they were going to be wearing masks. I talked them down, you know, we're gonna do the best we can, this is all we got. You gotta go to school. They came home from school wet. Their masks wet. I sent them with a couple, red faces, and they were disappointed and sad. They're new to the school, they don't know where they're going, they don't know where the bathroom is, and their faces are covered. Teachers can't read their expressions, they don't know that they're lost. And there's no AC. I asked the teacher if I could donate a portable AC to the school so at least my child wouldn't be sitting in 90-degree weather tomorrow in a mask, in a classroom with a saturated mask, which obviously is doing nothing, is wet. And I was told no, I could donate a fan. I cannot imagine sitting in a 90-degree room. This room is not 90 degrees. I'm sure your offices are not 90 degrees, and you are not wearing masks. I wish my daughter looked like that picture that you showed up there. She did not. Maybe in the beginning of the day when I sent her on the bus, she got home on the bus 40 minutes late, of course, because the buses run late on the first day, red as can be, saturated, and crying. And no one can see her crying. She's wearing a mask. Anyway, masks don't provide any protection when they're wet. I can wear a mask, I'm an adult. She's a child, she is 4. She cannot wear a mask all day on the bus, to school, in school, and on the way home from school. She doesn't know what her classmates look like. She doesn't know what her teacher looks like. She doesn't know anybody in the school, nor does my 8-year-old. It's heartbreaking, honestly. And we came from California. My husband works in law enforcement. The jails there had air conditioning. The criminals wore masks. We're supposed to. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. But I'm sending my children to school here in less than criminal conditions.
My name is Lauren. I am a former Lakes mom. I pulled my 3 children out on Friday. First, I want to say thanks for having me, and I'd like to thank all of these fine people who showed up today. Every single one of you. All of you. Okay? We all know masks don't work. We all know. We all know they cause anxiety responses in children. We all know that masking kids causes them not able to touch their faces. We all know all of this stuff, and yet we still do it. But I'd like you to think about right now, in the high school and the middle school and the freshman building, that there are students not having to mask because they're eligible for the vaccine. Did I say vaccinated? No. So let me ask you, what difference does it make in making little kids who aren't even affected by this virus? Okay. What difference does it make when they're eligible? Just curious. The answer is none. It makes no difference. I'm calling on each and every one of you, of the board, especially you, bro, I see you, to educate yourself. On the science, not the politics, not the medical theater, the science. There is more information on that stuff that's been out for like decades, and you're replacing common sense with political science because what? Because it's easy. Because it's easier on you, right? Because you get the money and you get to go home. Well, it's time to do the hard job, the right job, the job this community needs you to do. You need to fight for it. You need to fight for the kids. You need to fight for us. You need to fight for our freedom to choose. If you can't do it, maybe you shouldn't be sitting where you are. If you can't do it, let someone else willing stand up or get out.
Yes, sir, we're over here.
Thank you. My name's Matt. I have no prepared comments, but I was compelled to come tonight because I have 2 kids in high school. I don't have any kids in elementary school, so they're not affected by this mandate, but...
Yet.
Exactly, yet. So that's why I'm here, because somebody else said it, we're not stupid. I see what's coming, okay? I'm curious about the fact that you folks are on this board to lead the women and children, men, women, and children in this community. But I'm not seeing a lot of leadership. I'm seeing a lot of following, right? It takes courage to actually be a leader and to say, hey, maybe I don't know something. Maybe I better look a little deeper. And that's what I've been doing for the last 1.5 years. And how you guys came to the conclusion that putting masks on children for all day, that's ponderous, man. I literally can't figure that out. I mean, how many years of schooling do you folks have? Right? I mean, I don't have a master's degree or a doctorate, but I figured it out, along with a lot of these people in this auditorium. We understand what's going on. I see a couple people without masks on. You know, everybody with a mask on, you're breathing the same air I am. So if I have it, you have it. Okay? Now, lastly, an angle that nobody else has really brought up was, are you qualified to make health choices for other people?
No. No.
Right? So by that, I mean, do you even take your own health seriously? Anybody up there drink alcohol? Anybody drink eat ultra-processed foods or drink soda? You buy food from your car in the last week? Because if you do any of those things, a donut in the morning or a bagel or a big foofy coffee, you're not even serving your own health. What kind of choices are you making? You're like, oh, my health is so unimportant. I'm just going to do all these things that I know aren't good for me. Is that who's making choices for the health of the children in our community? You're not even taking your own health seriously, but you're going to make health choices for a whole community of kids? That's scary to me. Thank you.
Rockford Public Schools. I want to express my deep gratitude to this Board of Education for your service. I understand that you don't get paid for your service and that it's been a very difficult year. So thank you very much for all you do. My kids went back to school this morning after a year in the virtual program. Mask wearing is not an issue for them, even for my vaccinated 8th grader. She wore her mask today to help protect her little brother, and because she understands that the Delta variant is an exponentially more contagious variant of COVID-19. In fact, 2 more new variants have been identified that are even more contagious than the Delta variant. She also understands that many in her school are not vaccinated. Rockford has very low vaccination rates compared to the other schools.
I'm finding this very interesting. I really have 2 quick things. One, I just wanted to thank you for your volunteering your time. And I'd also like to thank, if there's any teachers in here at any level, I just want to thank you. It is a very, very difficult job. I believe teaching is also a very, very difficult job, so I'm just thanking you for volunteering your time. And the second thing was that Rockford Book Bus this summer looked really cool, so good job on that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Next on this side.
Hi. I saw you 2 earlier. I saw it. My name's Jess Daly. I've got 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
sure there's some people that want to speak over here.
This is my time. Please stop. Can we add 5 seconds?
Hey, you're wasting our time with the stuff. Come on, man. Quiet.
This is my time.
It's mine too. Quiet. Performance, sir.
Well, that was awkward, wasn't it? That's what it feels like to have your time wasted. You know, all it took Rosa Parks was to say no, and she changed history forever. I want you all to stand up and say no. Put it up to a vote. Let's re-vote. Should we mandate these masks on our children? No! No! You change history right now! Do it! We are here! We are speaking! Listen to us! We matter! We matter because you wouldn't be there if it weren't for other people in this community. And I'm telling you right now, you're not going to be there for much longer.
Hi there, my name is Emily Zimba. I've spoken at several meetings, so I wasn't really planning on speaking tonight. Forgive me reading off my phone, but I was just reflecting on my son. Last year, he was home all year. Because of you. Because you went along with it. Because he can't wear a mask. He knows. He knows. He's 10. He knew when he was 9. He knows what this is doing. He knows that every one of you up there with your mask on right now, you are pushing the agenda of something evil that is coming. It's communism, it's anti-God, it's anti-every person in this room, including our children. My child matters too, and he could not go to school last year. And you know what? I said, hey, I was a public school teacher, I can do this. It sucked. It was hard. None of his, we live in a huge neighborhood, actually all of his friends were in our house every single day. Not one of us got sick. No one wore a mask. I've never worn a mask. We won't. Because we know what you are signaling. You're saying this is compliance. We've got to toe the line. You are towing the line. You're towing the line to the health department. You know that right now, Adam London is unitarian. He's across the board. It was his decision. Sure, he consulted with experts, and he consulted with superintendents. However, you know that Adam London right now, excuse me, I'm looking for his name, his boss, the person overseeing him, Wayman Brett. Guess what? Wayman retired. Now there's an interim person. There's not even anyone overseeing Adam London. So I was late for this meeting, sitting in the parking lot talking to the interim person who sounded like a nice lady. I asked her to go to him and say, you know, when you're putting these requirements on people, you owe them. These are extraordinary requirements. You owe them the burden of proving it to them. Prove that the Delta variant, that this has been isolated. It hasn't. Prove that masks work. Not because somebody says so. Because when somebody says so, well, guess what? That's what you believe. Show me some scientific, peer-reviewed, replicated studies like Jamie Clark has, and you don't have those. So my point is that no one is overseeing this clown show here. Sheriffs have said this isn't legal. We're not going to enforce. If the county health department came to you and said, we're worried about public health, kids are getting violent, so when they pinch another classmate, you gotta lock them in the bathroom for 3 hours. Well, guess what? They mandated it. So if you don't do it, you're gonna lose your funding. They're gonna come in and shut you down if you're not locking up all the kids who pinch other kids at recess. Are you gonna do it? Where's your line? Because you can't stand up to them. You need to stand up to them. You go to them and you say, you prove to us that this is necessary. You prove to us that you are telling us you're giving us permission and requiring us to break state and federal laws. Because
Also, my religious exemption denied because it doesn't matter that my child knows that this is evil. You don't care. You don't care.
Hello, my name is Peyton. I'm from Parkside. I came to talk because I don't like this.
And I'm the grandma. And I moved here in 1985, and that is my son. And I built him out of Rockford kindergarten, first grade. And I homeschooled him all the way through high school. That was 1985. He is a young man. He is a phenomenal father. Both my boys and my daughter are, and homeschooling works. You don't have to kowtow to what they're teaching you. Not just what the education is, but what are they teaching your children? What are they teaching your children? It's not good, people. Wake up.
Good evening. My name is Josh. I'm a Rockford dad. And first, I'd like to thank any teachers in the room. I would like to tip my hat to you. I come from a family of teachers. I have a lot of friends who are teachers, and I admire your bravery for manning up and going into a building full of 700 snot-nosed kids all wiping their hands on your doorknobs and all that. That's not a little thing, and I appreciate the sacrifice. I do. 85% of jobs in the United States are private sector jobs, 15% are government. Those of us in the private sector, and I'm the only person I know who's taught at a middle school, taught at a university, and owned a small business. They're so far different from each other, we'd be here for years to try to talk about how different these responsibilities are. The entire pact you make with the economy to earn your living is so different. And those of us in that 85%, especially those of us who are small business owners, you're hearing a lot of frustration that maybe you didn't earn, but some other agencies in our country right now have earned because we got smashed in the last 18 months. I admire your bravery for keeping our kids in school. I will be encouraging of that, and I guess what I'd like to tell you is that my favorite economist and social philosopher says there are no magic solutions. There are just trade-offs. And when things like sending our kids home for a couple of weeks because of an outbreak of X size, whatever X size is, there is a trade-off to that, and that trade-off is that those of us who have to move in the free market, who have debts and have leveraged things and have people who we have obligations, that maybe whatever that little thing is, that, or even if it's a big thing, when that gets sent back to us and we have to then start negotiating childcare and getting up an hour earlier to drive to their in-laws and drive through the snow an hour this way or that does have consequences. I believe you guys are a conscientious board. I just want you to take that into consideration. I'd also like to say that what seems to really be on trial in America and in this room right now is American individual rights. And my first reaction in the first month of COVID last year was, why don't these jerk-offs and lobes wear their masks? Good grief. But a month or two later, when I saw how we were overreacting the other directions, I had a great talk with my neighbor who's another Rockford dad, and we said it's individual rights that are on trial. My friend from Taiwan emailed me, he's lived there 20 years, he said, what the hell's wrong with you guys? Why can't you get your shit together? And I said, we are the nation of individual rights, and it's messy, and this is our first time. So, good luck going through our first time.
Thank you.
I won't use my 3 minutes, and I wasn't even going to talk today. Until the guy in the blue shirt walked up with his kids probably 3 times. Can you stand up and tell everybody what your shirt says? It says believe in superheroes or heroes. That shirt is why I'm standing here. Did you know who is a superhero? It takes big feet to fill that position. And I'll be honest, I've got big feet and I can't be a superhero. I haven't been able to be a superhero for my daughter every day. But you know who is a superhero? My daughter. She's maneuvered through this, everything. No matter if you believe in math, or you don't believe in math, or you believe in the science, or you don't, everything aside, everything we've all been heated about tonight, put it aside. Because the real superhero, they're not all in this room. It's our kids, his kids, your kids, your grandkids, the kids up there, if you choose to wear them, your kids are superheroes every day. Even your kids. Every day my daughter gets up and puts a smile on her face. You know what else she did? She helped stop a suicide. Because she told me about it. And I said, we need to do something about it. We need to tell somebody. So we did. That's a huge superhero. And you know what? Mary, your kids are superheroes. Every day. Your kids are superheroes. Who in this room has a superhero? Raise your hand. Everybody. That's a tough job. You're doing a tougher job than us right now. You know what? The last thing I have to say, I wish I owned Time Magazine. I know it sounds a little corny, and it is. Every year they look for someone to put on there. Someone political, someone we know, someone we don't like, someone we voted for, someone we do like. It's a name we know. But the superheroes in this room and in that school and at home that we get to go tuck in and give hugs and kisses to, the ones that get up in the morning, they should be on the cover, every page, every single page, and that should be in every household. So go hug your superhero tonight, because I will.
K through 12. My son is now in kindergarten at Canonsburg. And like everyone in this room, including you guys up there, love children. You do. How many of you love children? Raise your hands. And I know that you as the board have been put in a very, very tough spot. We're not angry with you. We're angry with the decision that the health department made. And all we want as parents is choice and control in the health care of our children. My sister works at Sparta Schools. She got an email today. Sparta Schools is filing a lawsuit against the health department. Nice. We want our choice brought back into health care of our children, where the health department has taken that away. And it's about choice in healthcare. It's not about masks in schools. You can mask, you cannot mask, you can get the shot. You can mask and get the shot if you want. That's not the issue. The issue is we want our choice back. We want a school board that's willing to fight for us, that's willing to look into every legal avenue to say, hey, there's nothing we can do about this. Or, hey, we had these attorneys look into this, and yes, we can stop it. We can take it to court. And it's not a rumor about Sparta schools. It is true. And I hope that they are successful, because that will stop the mandate countywide. And if anybody here is feeling frustrated like I am, please, 8:30 Thursday morning, go to the county commissioners meeting. Go to that meeting. They are more important, they have more control than the school board. It's not their fault.
Go to that
They
meeting.
were doing the right thing until Friday at 3. And I'm very upset, and I feel like my rights as a parent have been taken
You need to
away.
make a conclusion now, please.
That's it.
Thank you.
Please fight for us.
Well, hello again. This is, again, become a habit. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. We started this process a long time ago and promised that we would grow, and we are. So let's keep it going. I want to make a point that superhero, the lady before me talked about, that's my daughter. And just so you know, and I told Dr. Scheidler already, but you lost a superhero at your school because she's gone. She's no longer at Rockford. Now, just to fill in some of you that might not have been paying attention last year, too busy with life as we all are, we've asked multiple times for them to take a vote, to stand up on our side, tell us they're for us, write a letter like Sparta did, like Cedar did last year. Now Sparta is going to do the lawsuit, so let's see. I asked you again, do something. You always have your excuses, Dr. Scheibler, I should say Mr. Scheibler. No more excuses. You guys need to make the right decision. I told you last year at the last board meeting, Mr. Scheibler, do the right thing, go out doing the right thing. I was nice and said you've done a great job with this school system. I don't deny that. Now you have a chance to do the right thing for our children. The data's there. They have said to us, by the way, last year, everybody, that they don't have time to do the research, or we speak about the science, but we never give them anything. That's on video. You can look it up. And I sent an email to Dr. Scheibler, and I keep saying that, but asked him to forward that to the board with 18 different studies, research, just about the masks right now. There's a lot more stuff out there. Forward it to the health department, Mr. London, and then get back with me on what data he has. So far, I haven't been able to see any data. It's all citations about, oh, we follow CDC, we follow the health department. Nobody I ask can show me anything. We can show them. In fact, here's a big stack right here that Tammy Clark left me to give to you guys. So I'm going to do that before I end this. And by the way, Mr. Lewis, you got my email. Open them, read them. That's not virus. He tells me he's afraid to open them. Oh my gosh. I'll sit down in your office with my damn computer and open them for you, and I'll educate you, okay? I will. And that goes for the rest of you. I know you all got it. I saw the email chain from Mr. Scheibler. Thank you, sir, for doing that. And give me the data you can find. I'm going to leave this now on the record for the board.
Good evening, my name is Julia. I live and work in Rockford. I want to thank you tonight for your emphasis in cultural intelligence training that we received at our back-to-school meetings. I appreciate and respect your investment and dedication to educating us on diversity, equity, and inclusion. What a safe and welcoming environment we are creating for our students. I am thankful for your perseverance in protecting our unvaccinated under 12 population by implementing the Kent County Health Department mandate We know it isn't easy. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Do we have someone over here?
Hi, my name is Jason Ork. I'm new to Rockford in the last 3.5 years, moved from the east side, Rockford area. I've been following Mr. Scheibler, so PTS meetings at Parkside. No AC, by the way, for masked children. Just so you know, my son, 4th grade today, masked all day, sweating, rashes on his face from the mask, with no AC from Parkside. So I just want to make that very clear, because that's where my heart is tonight. It's where everybody's heart is tonight. I don't mind if somebody wants to wear a mask. I don't care if they want to get a vaccine. I want the choice for my child. I've made it very clear that. I called Adam London on Friday, because I sit on the zoning board here in Rockford. I decided to get involved, because I'm not seeing people stand up for the rights that we're given in our constitutional law. Please don't look away and act like this is annoying. So he called me back. You know what Adam London tells me? He has opinions. That's his facts. Who am I supposed to trust, he says. I said, I just want the data. I want the science that puts my child in a mask all day. And you are telling him he has to be. Because I choose no. And you choose I have to. Along with you. Right here. You're choosing my child's health, not me. And I asked Adam, show me the definitive proof. Because I know it doesn't exist. The Delta variant can't be tracked. The vaccines are spreading. My buddy that worked in New York, watched the comfort come to shore, worked in Miami during the pandemic, worked at the Henry Ford Health System, left the Henry Ford Health System to move to Florida to get away from the tyrannical control that our government is trying to put on us right now. And he had his last day at Henry Ford Health System in the emergency room, 16 of the 18 kids, or people that were in the unit for COVID, vaccinated. And that's our cure. So we get the mask now, then we take the mask off because we can get the jab. The non-vaccine jab, by the way, unscientifically proven. I'm okay with polio, I'm okay with vaccines, and I support whoever wants to do it. But I support my right too. And I'm going to tell you, that 8:30 meeting on Thursday is just the next step for me. Until you listen to each one of us, is coming all the way. I don't want my 4th grader to have to fight in his school for religious exemption, or take his mask off and act like he's trying to be heard for a teacher to tell him to put it back on. It's not his fight. He's a kid, and you're taking advantage of children, and you know it. And you know it. I will do your job. Step down. I will And they say, sorry, you're an hour late. Okay, I'll stay on the zoning board. I'll go for election. I don't care. Put me in. Let's go. Do something. Stand up for freedom. For America.
My name is Brian, I'm a Rockford resident. Dr. Scheibler and members of the board, I want to express my gratitude to the board for its hard work and the difficult and obviously controversial order from the Kent County Health Department regarding masking in schools for students up to the 6th grade. I, and I believe many others in our community, sincerely appreciate the work that all the employees of the Rockford Public Schools do for our children each and every day. Thank you to you all. However, I also want to argue that the reasoning behind the Kent County Health Department order applies with equal force to all the students and staff at the Rockford school system. As you said tonight, the local health department, MDHHS, the CDC, and NIH are all uniform in recommending masks for students and staff at all levels of school. Our state universities, Michigan State University, the University of Michigan, Western Michigan, Central Michigan, Eastern Michigan, Northern Michigan, Michigan Tech, Grand Valley State, Ferris State, Wayne State, all have instituted mask requirements for students and staff while indoors, regardless of vaccination status. Grand Rapids Public Schools has also instituted system-wide masking requirements. Many of the university systems have gone further and required students and staff to be vaccinated if they wish to be present on campus. The U.S. military has instituted a mask requirement. Many private businesses have instituted mask requirements and/or vaccine requirements. These decisions by public and private institutions were based upon the fact that masks are known to slow the spread of COVID-19. It is an easy thing to say that you are following the order issued by the health department. However, the communication from the health department has also been quite clear. It strongly recommends following MDHHS and CDC guidance, and that guidance is equally clear. Universal masking for all students, all staff, all visitors, while indoors on school property, regardless of age or vaccination status. Your responsibility and your duty is to guide the school system and follow the recommendations that are necessary to keep our children safe in the schools. I strongly urge you to do that. I sympathize with you. I understand the controversial nature of this order, and we've heard, some very, very strong opinions on both sides of this issue today. I'm sorry that burden has fallen to you, but I think you all understand, and we all certainly appreciate the fact that your job is to do that. And I want to apologize to you for on behalf of the community, for the unfounded claims that have been made against you, including your motivation to do
My name is Maddie Young. I am here today because you denied my brother's mask exemption. You are only allowing a signed form by a doctor. How is that possible when Spectrum Health's policy doesn't allow mask exemptions be written for anyone for any reason? He passed out while masked at school at least 2 times last year. That alone should say something. This needs to be parent choice because my mom raises us, not you, not our doctors, and not the government. Amen?
These little kids are getting me. I came totally unprepared tonight to talk. It's very hard to sit here and listen. I'm very anti-mask, as is my husband and my children. However, I do respect people's decisions to wear a mask. That's fine. If you want to wear them, I respect your decision. I respect your decision not to wear them. However, if you're afraid, then stay home. If you want special treatments and all these things, stay home. Let the rest of us live our life. Now, my kids went to school this morning, and after an email that I said, my kids will not wear a mask. It is a public school. They walked in, they didn't wear a mask. They walked out, my daughter had one on, told her to throw that in the trash right now. Tomorrow, they will go to school without a mask. How many of you have your kids in public school still? Okay, how many of you are going to send them to school tomorrow and tell them, do not wear a mask in your classroom? Exactly. Not quite as many that raise their hand that they're going to send their kids to school. But you want to be here to fight for their rights, right? So push back, just like we're asking you guys. It's not your fault, I understand that. You're listening to everybody and they're all laying blame. You can lay blame wherever you want. But what we are asking is that you fight for us. Sparta, right, is fighting. They can't push the wall down by themselves. If you guys help push it, maybe Cedar will help, Jenison, Kentwood, Grand Rapids. If everybody pushes, that wall will fall. To go to school, healthy. I had both strands of COVID. Both strands, so did my husband. My kids were sick. Did we all die? No. Does it suck? Yeah, it sucks. 335 kids have died from COVID in the past 18 months. How many of them were healthy? 0. 0 healthy children have died.
How many of them were obese or were autoimmune compromised or unhealthy? We don't talk about those statistics because it weakens that side of the argument. So everybody can stand here and blame everybody else, everybody can be pissed off at everybody else, you're doing what they want, you're fighting each other. Don't fight each other. Come together. Support the mask wearers, cool. They want to do it, cool. You don't have to agree. But if we don't come together, I guarantee you, you're worried about losing funding. When we pull all our kids from your school, where's your funding going to go? I guarantee you, if you lose that funding, you have so many parents. We can get thousands for the football team. Cool. Let's have thousands for academics. Let's put that funding back in. If you're going to fight for us, we will make sure we pay for it.
Hi, my name is Sue Boyer. I'm not a resident of Rockford, but I drove over here tonight because I have two beautiful grandsons who go to school in Rockford. And I care about their health, their physical health, their mental health, their emotional health. And wearing a mask is hurting their health in all of those areas. There's lots of information out there that you could be looking up that has truth and facts, not what mainstream media is selling you. The best website that has a lot of things in one spot is timetofreeamerica.com. I'm going to say it again, timetofreeamerica.com. This is not a health mandate. This is a communist takeover. Just to start, I taught for 32 years in Lansing schools, and I retired and I went back, and I've now been working for the last 12 and a half years as a parapro in a room for kids with autism. They're mandating vaccines in Lansing. It'll come here. And it will not be just vaccines. It'll keep going on. It'll be booster after booster. There is no test. The CDC has already admitted there's no test that can determine the difference between the flu and COVID. So there's no way they can determine the difference between variant A, B, C, D, E, or however many they got lined up for us to be taken. Yeah. Whatever. They have a genocide agenda. Yep. Stand up. Yep. What will you do? What will you have the schools do to kids who come without a mask because they are not to be bullied? They're children. They need to learn. They need to be able to breathe. They need to be able to see their teacher's face, to see how the sound. My kids, grandchildren are going into kindergarten. They need to be able to see how she forms the sounds. They need to be able to interact with other kids. We don't want them living in fear. This is part of a division agenda. Just like critical race theory is a division agenda. Yep. You guys, this is a mandate. It's not a law. You can stand up. Yep. You can stand up. You don't have to follow it. If they shut you down, you can do what you want to do. Stay open anyway. What are they going to do here?
We'll still show up.
I'm just saying. Stand up. Let's start off.
Hi, my name is Kaylee. I have 4 kids and we live in the Rockford School District. I also was on planning on speaking. I've been a nurse for 11 years. I've been listening to all the wonderful people speak from our community tonight, and I thank you guys for hearing us out. Most of that 11 years as a nurse, I've been in ICU. I also have some experience in the university world as a nursing professor. All that being said, I've been stewing over a comment earlier that a gentleman made about pop being called soda, and I've been sitting back here thinking about how wrong that is. So, sorry, I just have to, I've been sitting here. But I'm also talking to all the parents here. I know a lot of us are, it's been obvious with what you guys have been saying, a lot of Christ followers here. I too myself am a Christ follower, and I'm mirroring to what the gentleman standing over here said about respect. Our kids are watching us talk, and we need to be leading with love. Some of the comments that I've heard, like under people's breaths, I'm like, that's not helping your case. That being said, I also know I'm sitting in a room full of red-blooded Americans, and I'm proud of that. And I know that we can lead in love, but we can also stand up for what we believe in. And just because we're followers of Christ doesn't mean we have to stay silent. And I had some other things, but I'm just kind of speaking from the heart. This is not about, it shouldn't be about us being against people who want to wear a mask, like the lady before me said. Please encourage your kids not to bully people with masks. I heard someone say that their kid was getting bullied for wearing a mask, and that breaks my heart. But this is not what it's about. It's about standing up against this mandate, standing up for our freedom, and not being pushed over. And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy. That was my mom that just spoke. I have the twin 6-year-old boys that just went into kindergarten today. We are conditioning our kids to be fearful. We are conditioning them to be fearful of each other, fearful of their surroundings. I teach my kids to have faith, to pray when they're scared. I don't want them to live in fear. We have to get rid of these masks. I do have a study with me, a German neurologist, who warns against wearing face masks. For children and adolescents, masks are an absolute no-no. To deprive a child's or adolescent's brain from oxygen or to restrict it in any way is not only dangerous to their health, it is absolutely criminal. Criminal. This is child abuse. Oxygen deficiency inhibits the development of the brain, and the damage that has taken place as a result cannot be reversed. Cannot be reversed. I don't have a big thing. My husband said you're like the least outgoing person in the world, but this makes a difference because I have 2 6-year-olds at home that I have to face, and I have to decide what I'm going to do. If you don't fight for us, the parents here, and for my kids, I will pull them out of Rockford. I will homeschool them. You
We'll just do a quick 5-minute break. I've been drinking a lot of water. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll come back and see.
We've been waiting.
Motion to recess.
You can leave. Stop. You're not helping. It's been at the past 7 meetings. With all due respect.
Motions for a 5-minute recess. Tim seconds the motion.
We've been here for 5 months.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
All they want to do is have more of you leave.
We will come back and finish. We'll come back and finish.
More of you leave. Really? I don't think so. How many meetings have you been attending?
It took Mr. Scheibler 20 minutes to put his mask back on after he was done talking earlier. He must be very concerned about getting sick. I also made another observation when this lovely lady over here asked how many of you love children. The only 3 people that raised their hands are the 3 that are not breathing their own bacteria right now. So good for you guys. I'm proud of you. I also have this sign right here. The variants are the vaccine injuries. Israel is the highest vaccinated country in the world, and they are going through the biggest spike in COVID cases right now. And I honestly shouldn't even say vaccinated because this is not a vaccine. It does not contain any dead virus particles in it because COVID has never been isolated. Also, the Delta variant has never been isolated. The PCR test does not test for COVID. And the person who invented it himself said if you do it right, you can find anything in anyone. It's all a scam. It's always been a scam from the beginning. And if you keep letting them go along with this, they're going to go as long as they can. One of those vaccine apps that they have 8 spots on there for your booster shots. They're gonna keep pumping you guys full of poison until you die. That vaccine, because it doesn't have any dead virus particles, what it does have is graphene oxide. It also has mRNA technology. They don't even bother, it's technology. It's technology for your body. Who knows when they're gonna turn on whatever thing they need to turn on to activate said technology. Save your children. Pull them out of the school. Don't give them funding. They don't listen. Money talks. They don't really care. They're all looking at their own computers and stuff. So also, I did want to mention there is something called UVC light. It's a disinfectant. You can put that on every single door of the school, and when people walk through it, what it does is it inhibits the bacteria and viruses' ability to replicate, causing their cellular functions to break down, according to Chris Olson, who's a microbiologist and the program manager of infection prevention and emergency preparedness. We just spent $10 million on a freaking football stadium. We couldn't have taken out a little bit of that to keep our kids safer? They wonder how many people died from the flu last year. I know, 50,000 people died from the flu last year. According to the CDC, only 90% of people have other issues, and only 10% actually died from COVID. That equals 12,625 people in 18 months. 2 people per month under the age of 17 died from COVID. If you like some patriotic apparel, check out my website, freethepatriots.com.
Get closer. Hello, okay, sorry. On the topic continued, masking of our offspring now and in the future. I would like to comment on the hashtag clown show you have got going on here in the Rockford public school system, and how you have determined that you have the authority to mandate offspring to force masks or offer some choice. This is and always will be a parent's choice. I have prepared a packet for you to review. Some of the items include Revised School Code Excerpts Act 451 of 1976, Michigan Complete Laws, which will refute the school district's authority to mandate masks. The Constitution of the United States, the Declaration of Independence, Amen. The Bill of Rights, Amen. And finally the Bible, which you should all read. As a daughter of the Supreme Being, commonly referred to as God, I do not volunteer to participate in any status, rule, code, or regulation created by man. These all guarantee my freedoms, your freedom, and guarantee our offspring the right to breathe. So my suggestion to you, central educators, please take the time to educate yourself, because you, the elected leaders, have the obligation to follow the laws and your oath of office to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Michigan. Leaders are supposed to lead. How do you want to be remembered in history? Do you want to be remembered as a criminal or a hero? It's completely your choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give them the packets. Give them the packets or I'll take them up there.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
No, just give them. They'll get distributed. Just give them to Todd.
There's a specific one that goes to Andrea Jacobson, because she's new, and she doesn't have the information that we gave Scheibler originally. It includes a whole bunch of information.
Okay, you can go ahead and do that while this gentleman
There's a whole bunch
speaks.
of information that increases all the dates and stuff of June and how many deaths that happened. Since you guys have done nothing.
Okay.
Mr. Gritter, your turn to speak.
I'll wait until the distraction is over, thank you.
Ma'am, would you like to speak? Go ahead. So I guess our
My name is Dwayne, I'm an American citizen. I'm probably not going to talk about masks at all this evening. It'll be one tiny bit at the very end of my statement. I started attending the Rockford board meetings back in, I want to say March or April. I've attended several meetings in the last 3 or 4 months. I've been to 15 or 18 different meetings all around the state. I started out by asking people all over the state to show me their oaths of office and the pledge. And we do know that each of these people have sworn the oath of office, and they are to uphold the Constitution, and therefore they are liable for any violations within that Constitution that they might enact. Just want to start out with that number 1 point. For those of you that were not here, and I wish I'd spoke earlier, starting back in March and April, when we started attending the Rockford board meetings en masse, there was a group of about 50 or 60 parents at the admin building, and they basically hoarded us into the gymnasium with a little 4-foot TV and a speaker that I could have probably had as a teenager in a rock band to hear a 10-second delay from what's happening in this board meeting. Because they didn't want us in their board meeting with them. They were masked, we were not, and they separated us. You talk about segregation, that's segregation. They don't care about you people. I can assure you before I'm done, and I'm going to make sure you know that they are not going to make a decision that you guys would like. I think it was the second month I attended. Someone here I know could correct me on the exact date. Again, I've attended a lot of them. We had to have someone bring their own flag in so we could do the Pledge of Allegiance, because up until that point, these folks were not having the Pledge of Allegiance at their board meetings. So we shamed them into it, and I actually spoke during one of those meetings, and I requested in this type of comment, this form of comment session right here, the next month they did put it into their agenda, thankfully, but they had to be shamed into it. It was crazy, guys. Not only did we shame them into it, they put out a survey in the surrounding community and asked other school systems if they were doing it. They couldn't decide that for themselves. Do you think they're going to decide something from the health department? They couldn't even decide for themselves that the right thing to do is to have the Pledge of Allegiance in a board meeting? That to me is shameful. These guys, every single one of these folks should know better than that. The last meeting I was at, I stood next to 2 board members, including Mr. Scheibler, and they goaded me into going ahead and asking parents to recall their students and remove their students. They said, go ahead, we wish you well in your endeavor. It's exactly what their words were. Dr. Scheibler stood right there, and he snickered about it as well. I just want you folks to know this. My question to you is, sir, you came back from your recess tonight, and you said that we made a decision to follow the
Dan, we'll go to the
My
next
question
speaker.
to you is, when did you make that decision? Was it in an Open Meetings Act or not?
He had his 3 minutes, just like everybody in this
Was it in
audience.
an Open Meetings Act? Was that
Next
decision
speaker.
made? Ask the question. Was that decision made in an Open Meetings Act? And if so, if not, we need to know what the vote was and who voted which way.
Yeah.
Next speaker, please.
It's called a FOIA.
Ask the question. You've got 3 minutes.
Your turn.
I'm going to share with you all a little bit of education that you probably won't hear in these 4 bills. It's called the 28 Principles of Liberty. I've picked a few impactful ones that I think you all need to be aware of. A free people cannot survive under a Republican Constitution unless they remain virtuous and morally strong. The most promising method of securing a virtuous and morally stable people is to elect virtuous leaders. Men are endowed by their Creator with a certain unalienable rights. A constitution should be structured to permanently protect the people from human frailties by their rulers. We have such. It's called the Bill of Rights. A system of checks and balances should be adopted to prevent abuse of power.
The unalienable rights of the people are most likely to be preserved if the principles of the government are set forth in a written constitution. Only limited and carefully defined powers should be delegated to the government, all others being retained in the people. Strong local self-government is the keystone to preserving human freedom. A free people should be governed by law, not the whims of men. A free people will not survive unless they stay strong. Are you all ready to wake up from this movie?
Yes.
All you need to do are click your heels together, wake up, vote out the flying monkeys. This is the time in the movie, I think, where Dorothy smacked the nose of the cowardly lion that was chasing her little Toto around to abuse him. Do you feel like smacking some noses? Do you feel like taking back your power? Parents?
Yep.
You are the people. You already hold the power. Take it back, claim it for yours, click your heels together, end this movie.
First time here, I was not planning on saying anything. From what I can tell from everybody here, we're kind of here asking you to fight for our kids and to go, if you're sued or whatever, to move forward because they can't. If they close all the schools, they're not going to do that. So I don't understand why, as parents, like I said, we're trying to stand up for our kids. We found out last minute about, and I'm pretty sure that was by design, not your guys' design, but other people's design on last minute saying you've got to wear a mask all of a sudden. And now I feel the same thing's going to happen with the vaccine. Like right now, the kids, higher up, and I have 3 kids at the school. So I feel what's going to come next is you guys are going to say, all my kids have to be vaccinated, my older ones. And I just feel that's wrong, our freedom to make our choices, but from what I can understand here, we're asking for these freedoms, but I don't feel anybody really cares if we have parent rights at the school. So if I would have known this was going to happen, I probably would have thought of different avenues like homeschooling or something, or a co-op, some sort of something. But we did not get that because it was last minute. And I would hope you guys can see that this does not make any sense. So following the rule, and I understand why you do it because it's the easiest thing, path of least resistance. But honestly, as American and everything, we have to stand up against these things and just push back at this point because it's not right. If the higher ups keep doing one thing and you guys keep following them, and we start following you, then I don't know how we're going to make things right. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
My name is Karen. First of all, I want to start off by thanking the 2 of you. I saw 2 who raised your hands to a question a while ago, and I want to recognize those 2 people. All they had to do was raise their hand. They didn't have to stand up. They just had to raise their hand. I want to acknowledge that because when someone does something right for the kids, for you, for themselves, for the school board, you need to acknowledge and praise that. A while ago, a woman asked, who would you go to if you had a brain tumor? Well, I might ask a doctor, but if I had a brain tumor, the last person I would go to, or entity, is the government. Yeah. I don't need the government to tell me how to run my health choices. Did you know, for example, that the FDA, which approved of a shot today, because I don't call it the other way, the woman who made that decision is the same woman who approved OxyContin and fentanyl. A little tidbit for the day. So when a government of all entities pretends to know what is best to the point that they bypass not only our constitutions but our common sense. It is the warrior parents, some of whom I met tonight, who must take a stand, but they shouldn't have to do it alone. That's why I'm addressing you as well. 2 years ago, if you had instructed parents to do all these things, mask up their kids, stay 6 feet apart and all of that, the parents would have said, "What, are you crazy? That's a child abuse. That would be harmful to their physical, mental, emotional well-being and health." And here we are again today doing exactly that. Still for no reason at all. Folks, it's as if we are in a bad dream. We know the virus has not been isolated. In fact, a millionaire, just today I found out, a German journalist who happens to be a millionaire, just offered $1.2 million for anyone to prove the existence of COVID-19. We know that the CDC's own admission is PCR tests are completely useless. All case data is false and totally useless lies. Almost all the sections on that 5-page document they call an order is based on these lies. This Delta variant, another lie. No one can lawfully enforce a fraudulent, abusive not law. Not you, not them, nobody. So school board, hold to your oath, stand up for these kids. You do have a choice. Deny enforcement of this order. Parents, wake up. If you haven't already, you need to do some more due diligence. Stand up together and do not let anyone cover your child's face and smother their right to breathe freely. You allowed it last year when you were fearful of the unknown. Now you are informed and no longer afraid of the flying monkeys and the wicked witch. Now is the time for all of us, including school boards, to pull back the curtain. Be ready to tell the government that we do not consent.
Hello, my name is Deborah Miller. I've had the unfortunate pleasure of being at these board meetings since March. To the gentleman who found some of us disrespectful, I apologize. I did see him at a meeting when he interviewed for the new board position. You seem very, very kind, though. It is a frustrating task to get in front of this board all of the time because I have a deeply rooted religious belief against these masks. I have God-given rights to not mask, and therefore I'm not. I made the decision this year that my children are not as well, and I pulled them from Rockford Public Schools on Sunday. I did, however, ask for them to be enrolled with a religious exemption, and while all of you are very upset that you got a no to that answer, I have been told by a confirmed board representative sitting at that table that mine would be responded to by Michael Ram, and I've still yet to wait a response, to get a response. I will also tell you that while you all sit here and you are pleading with this board to fight for you, you have to understand that there's no one left to fight for you but you. Because this area, Rockford, which we moved to a year ago, and we're so thankful to be here, is growing. That growth includes the $185 million bonds that they have authorized to sell. And as a former municipal bond paralegal of 20 years, I will tell you that they've sold less than $47 million. So they cannot, under any circumstance, be involved in pending litigation because Standard & Poor's won't look kindly on that for their credit rating. And they apply for those bonds through the state of Michigan. The official statement's a public document. Anyone that wants to see it, I'm happy to share that with you. But that's the real fact about litigation in this board and where they're headed. They will not defend you. You are left to defend yourselves and your children, and I did, and I'm so proud. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the board for sitting down and listening to all these angry parents come and yell at you all night long, but we all have something to say, and I'm glad you're listening to us. My name is Travis Faber, and not only do I have 4 children in Rockford schools, but my brother and I also attended Rockford schools as children. Last year, before the school year started, we pulled our kids out and decided to do homeschooling in hopes that we could send our kids back this year. It's been a long year and a half for our whole family. My children hardly left the house or saw anyone but their close family. After that, everyone was excited to get back to life. Friends, sports, recess, everything a kid needs to have a happy life. Last year, we could see in advance that the school year would be rough and we thought it was in everyone's best interest for us to just avoid it. But this year, that was not the case. After having the rug pulled out from under us on Friday afternoon, I'm very upset. I see lots of statistics flying around these days, and statistics can be easily skewed so that the numbers show what you want them to. Leaving certain things out, comparing things that don't necessarily relate. I have a couple of statistics too, and I've heard a couple of these tonight. There was 349 COVID deaths among kids under 18 years old in the past year. With 25 million kids in the U.S., this equals a 0.001396% chance of a child under 18 years old dying of COVID. That's from the CDC website. Another fun statistic is you have a 1 in 500,000 chance of being struck by lightning. This is a 0.002% chance of dying by getting struck by lightning. This is also from the CDC website. Just to be clear, that means our children are twice as likely to get struck by lightning than they are dying of COVID. When everyday children raise the flag outside of school without a second thought, we don't make them wear rubber boots or any other protective gear because that would be ridiculous. Another statistic is the yearly flu, and this one's much more controversial, but according to the CDC, between 50 and 300 children die of the flu every year. There has been a total of 349 COVID deaths in the past 18 months. There is no direct comparison between the two because the flu is counted every year and the COVID is a running total that never ends. If you actually break down the COVID into a yearly thing like the flu numbers, it's right there. Never in the past, no matter how bad the flu was, were masks ever discussed or forced on our children. This mask wearing is akin to cult-like behavior, and I'm not interested in having my children grow up in this kind of environment. My 6-year-old boy cannot properly wear a mask like you'd expect a doctor or a nurse. At the end of the mask wearing is completely pointless and it isn't doing anything but causing psychological damage. Training our children that their friends and teachers are diseased and that they should be afraid to breathe around them is shameful. Teaching a whole generation of kids to live in fear of the dark is a dark thing for our future, for our community and our country. We need to stand up for this place and make something that we and our children can be proud of. We have been
Make your conclusion if you
If
will.
more notice in the school year was going to be like the last, I probably would have pursued other avenues of education, but I can't bring myself to break my children's hearts and pull them out of school at the last minute. As upset as I am about this, maybe it's for the best because it's time to stand up.
Okay, sir.
It's time to draw a line in the sand and say that's enough!
My name is Laura Kapuzinski. I have 3 children, no longer enrolled in school. I was here a few months ago at one of the meetings, and I said that they were going to mask our babies again, that we were going to pull. It's not an easy decision. But I want parents to be empowered. They're not listening. We know that. We need to go Thursday to this other meeting. So I'm going to direct you guys. There's hope. If you guys have 2 people working at home and you can't homeschool, there's a beautiful co-op getting created right now. Look up Santa Rockford, find Katie DeBoer. She is just a godsend, especially for people that are just at a loss of what to do. I never thought I'd be a homeschooling parent, but I'm going to go for it, and thank God I have a husband on board now, and officially going to notify the principal tomorrow of Rockwood that our kids are not going to come. They were not there today, thank God, because it's terrible to hear these kids and these rashes and sweat, and the psychological damage that is going on is just asinine, and it needs to stop, and you need to hit them where it hurts, and it's in their pocketbook. You got to pull your kids out. Thank you.
My name's Ruben. I've lived in Rockford for over 13 years now, and I have 3 children in the district. I looked at some of the data today from Michigan. Right now, there are 16 pediatric people with COVID confirmed statewide in the hospital. There's another 23 suspected but not confirmed. How many of those came in because of COVID? Do you know? No one knows because they don't tell you that.
Right.
Most of those kids there got there, and because you have to be tested when you get in the hospital, discovered they had COVID then but went for other reasons. So there's very low hospitalization rate, but they won't tell you that. The next thing is, I'm a veteran. I served in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I don't say that for recognition for myself, but I know something about suicide and psychological damage. I've lost over more friends than I care to mention. I can count on both hands over and over again how many friends I've lost. There are certain bells you cannot unring. The damage that you may or may not be causing here is a bell that you cannot unring. It's not something that you take care of after the fact. I've seen it in the veterans and in other organizations that are struggling. It's hard to combat after the fact. So let's prevent it. These masks, guaranteed, are not helping people's psyches. They're not helping with depression. They're not pushing people away from suicide. They're not doing anything of that nature. They're only causing it to get worse. And if we want to let this fester and get infected more and more and more and keep masking everyone, and then clean up the damage later, it's not going to go smoothly. Now, just like this movement has been growing, it started out small, and more people are getting outraged. There are schools that are doing their Sparta. Schoolscraft has pushed back against the Kalamazoo County mandate and said, we don't believe this. We don't see the data. You need to, the burden of proof is on you. You need to prove that this is legal. You need to prove that there's data that backs this up. Until then, we're not comfortable with it. That's Schoolcraft. They can lose their funding just as easily as you. So can Sparta. Stand up and do something. As more schools stand up and do something, more will join the cause, just like this.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Renee Russo from Belmont, and we all know you're in a tough spot. We've been encouraging you for a long time to do the best that you can do to fight for our kids, for your students, so they'll have an appropriate education that they have a right to have. So that's why I want to also encourage you all one more time, Thursday at 8:30 in the morning at Kent County Board of Commission. We need everybody there influencing them because they're dealing with the things that the health department is passing down. So everybody needs to be there too if they can. Also, Mr. Cuneo, I am looking forward to an email back about my question regarding ELC funding, if we're receiving ELC funding or any other funding that can tie us to some kind of COVID mandates. Anything. I just want to know that you guys are doing the most that you can do, and I hope we're not asking for, receiving, or thinking about receiving any funding that would tie us more to this mess that we're in already. Regarding medical waivers, there are probably 1 in 1,000 doctors around here who will actually risk writing waivers. They're told they cannot. So unless they're going rogue, we can't get them to write. I've already asked 3 of our own doctors. Now I need to start going out for others to try to find some kind of waiver. I'm asking you guys to do what North Point Christian just announced that they're going to do. North Point Christian will enact the KCHD mask order, but also will accept a parent's or guardian's written representation stating that you're
stand up here crying and not do anything. Stand up for the children. That is what these parents are asking.
I too have been here since you guys put us in the gym while you guys were in a different room. Talk about exclusion and discrimination. And now I am a single parent. I'm not even going to call your bluff and say that I'm going to pull my kids out because I can't do it right now. But that's what the health department, and that's what you guys are banking on. Just like other people said, you didn't even address the issue. You didn't apologize. It doesn't even feel like you care about our children. It's like, whatever, this is what we're going to do. If that, at best. So, I'm going to tell you what, I had 2 amazing things happen today. One, my kindergartner went to school and I sent her without a mask. And the teacher sent a picture of the classroom, and my beautiful, beautiful daughter, radiant smile, ecstatic to be in kindergarten. And I held her back from last year because I did not want to mask her. And here I am again. And I had to send her. I had no choice because it's for her benefit. She wanted to go to school and she was ecstatic to be there. And I got to see her beautiful glowing face. Her little neighbor, mask down below the chin. I don't know, maybe she was inspired. I hope so. There was one other little girl without a mask around her neck. So I don't know who that mom is or that dad is that sent that child, but thank you. And my child made a comment about it, like all these other kids had to wear masks, but I didn't, right? Because I'm not going to cover your face. But then, talk about passive aggressive. I saw the people take my kids into the building in the morning. The principal handed her off to me, but nobody said one thing. And then I get a passive aggressive mail, letter, an email that says that I have to mask her tomorrow. Well, I'll tell you what, I know that we have a religious, we have philosophical, and we have medical exemptions for any medical procedures. And so if we're going to tie this to the pandemic, or the pandemic, however you want to address it, this is a medical procedure that is going to be forced on my child. So what's going to happen when I send my child to school tomorrow with a religious exemption? How do I get around it? Because you, Dr. Scheibler, did say we would address it and we'd have to figure a way out. What is the way out? How do we do it? Because you sat there on the board, we can have to replay the tapes, but you made a comment to that addressed it. If somebody couldn't do it, like at the freshman center, I think was your example, then we'd have to figure it out. So how do we figure it out? There's been tons of suggestions on what to do and tons of ways to approach this. I often thought about, look, what would we do if we were in Nazi Germany? Would we be the ones that were complacent and compliant because that's what they told us to do, or would we be the ones that stand up against it? And this is your choice. This is your opportunity to stand up and fight for these kids. We in sense employ you. You guys represent us. We don't even have a round table. Where's our discussions with you? Where's the back and forth interaction? Why are we not getting that? You won't even answer a question for us. How fair is that you won't even discuss it with us? You listen to us, tell us our time's up, and then you go on your merry way, and then we don't hear about it for the next 2 weeks. It's not fair, and it's not just, and it's not right.
I have some grandchildren in the Rockford School District, and I'd like to kind of unpack this mandate thing a little bit. To receive a mandate, which I believe is not a law, it's a whim by an unelected official that really, in my mind, carries very little weight. I'd like to unpack why would a mandate come down the last day before school starts in the afternoon. Isn't that a little suspicious activity on the part of whoever issued that mandate? I would say that's very suspicious. That's very unfair to a school board, to you guys, to have this mandate come down at the very last minute, and that you have to deal with this. And that is reason enough to push back against it with everything you have. And that's what I encourage you to do. Has anything that anybody said tonight made a difference in your opinion of where you stand on this issue? Because there's been some brilliant commentary at every level, from impassioned parents to give them the freedom to make these decisions for themselves rather than have them forced on for a Friday afternoon last-minute mandate. This is what government does when they have bad news to give to people, is they issue it on Friday night before a weekend so nobody can commentary on it, and the narrative is forgotten by the end of the weekend. Well, I don't think this narrative is going to be forgotten. Anyway, what about the mandate that Governor Whitmer gave to put COVID-infected elderly patients back into nursing homes? Is that a mandate that everybody should follow? It killed thousands of people? Well, we need to consider what these mandates are. You need to have a clear understanding that what some of these mandates can do is damage people very seriously. I'd like to read a little statement here. There was a group of concerned parents in Gainesville, Florida, and they decided they were going to have their face masks tested in a lab. They sent this to the University of Florida lab for an analysis of contaminants. And they found that they had 6 masks for these kids. 5 masks were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, fungus, 3 dangerous pathogenic and pneumonia-causing bacteria. Half the masks were contaminated with 1 or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with 1 or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. In addition, less dangerous pathogens were identified, including pathogens that can cause fever, ulcers, cancer, yeast, infection, strep throat, periodontal disease, and Rocky Mountain spotted
concluding
fever and
statement,
more. Will this make these are dangerous. Do you understand that? Do you guys understand that? These masks are dangerous.
My name is Jason Peterson, resident of Cortland Township, parent of 6 potential Rockford students, 2 of whom have chosen to no longer be such. It would have been months ago, but I had some pre-existing schedule conflicts, happened to be able to make it in tonight, even though I was working from my phone in the process while I waited. I'll leave out all the stuff about the science, all of the stuff about my possible interpretation of events or assessment of people's motives, because that is not your duty to render verdicts on. Nor do you have the expertise to do so, as you yourselves have stated, on a disputed matter with no conclusive data. Now, as a taxpayer, I can appreciate what I can see as your only possible decent motivation for going along with these mandates without objection, which is the fiscal health of the district. But even if that's the case, you have no duty to enforce this beyond the barest of bare minimum compliance, under the loosest possible interpretation of the order. And you should never exceed those demands. Nor do you have but you do have the duty, rather, to represent your constituents. To do that, you must fight publicly against state and county abuses and demands. Even if you cannot find a route to avoid complying in your own minds, you must defend global control vocally. You must defend parent choice strongly. And there's even a theological term for that. We call it the doctrine of the lesser magistrate. That's when you get in the middle. And even if you must comply with the unlawful order, you make demands to those above you on behalf of your constituents, and maybe even choose to disobey it. Because if you're afraid of litigation or liability, you're guaranteed you will get it. So at least face that litigation while representing your constituents, rather than for dereliction of duty and opposing their interests. And if you fail to do so, I'll be happy to take one of your seats up there next to me.
Well, I wasn't planning on speaking either tonight. I moved to Rockford in 1972. Does anybody have me beat? And I was 2 months old. My parents, I think I gave them a heart attack tonight when I was talking to them, walking in the building, and I had mentioned to my mother that I maybe possibly, my name is Julie, by the way, put my daughter in Florida, and she said, "Oh my God, did you do that?" And I said, "Well, if I have to, because it could take her to work with me and she could walk across the parking lot to school." I know that there's a lot of people here today that are really upset. And when I have students come into my classroom, they misbehave, or they don't do their work, or they have trouble learning. I have to ask why. And you have to ask yourselves, why are these people so upset? Some people have lost jobs, some have lost loved ones. My family alone, I had to be math teaching.
Many of you are taking your masks off at will. When a teacher is mandated to wear a mask, we can't take it off at all, except for to drink, and our kids can't either. But all of you have the free will to take your mask off when you want to, and you should be entitled to that, just as we should be entitled to make our own decisions on that. The little girl crying, that was my daughter's friend, your daughter's friend, and it's really hard to see that. We've had face rashes, we've had acne that can't be treated with Accutane, so the horrific acne of my junior last year finally went away when he stopped wearing the mask, so he's a senior, he will not be wearing the mask again. The dermatologist won't write a waiver that told me to go to my primary care, who, well, he's no longer practicing medicine because he's appalling for all this stuff. Just take into consideration that the people here are really upset because they've been through a lot. My son lost a scholarship to Miami of Ohio because when Michigan State canceled classes 36 hours after the other schools started, he was stuck at Michigan State. And he's a 5th generation Spartan, and now I had to write a religious waiver last night for him to not have to be vaccinated against his will, because people who are pro-choice want him to go against his own convictions of not being vaccinated. We just ask for choice. That's all we're asking for. Somebody was talking about Michigan State and all these places. They are giving me a chance of, and him a chance of a religious waiver. You guys have to give people a chance of waivers if you're not going to fight this.
Hi there. I give everybody a lot of credit, especially all of you who have hung in here till the end. And I'm proud to be a part of this community. I know this gentleman spoke earlier about his frustration with the disrespect, and it is kind of difficult to hear people, like whenever I hear them say Scheidler, or whenever I think to myself, well, he is Dr. Scheidler, it is respectful to address him appropriately, but I also understand these people's frustrations, because I've been to board meetings where you were treated horribly, and you didn't feel acknowledged, and you felt like you didn't have a voice, and you weren't recognized. And it's very frustrating to feel no feedback and no follow-up. And what we really want from you all is transparency. We want to know how each of you stand. How are you voting? We want to start seeing answers as to how each of you stand. I would like to request our board is more transparent. I want to know what your stances are on vaccines, unmasking, on critical race theory. I think the people of this community deserve to know how each of you stand on these topics that are now affecting our kids and their education and their right to a decent education. I'd like to know how you stand on getting these funds from the government. Are you receiving CDC funds? Your community should know these decisions and the answers to these decisions. I don't know if we'll hear about this again, but I would like some kind of a more public forum from our board where you guys go on the record and state how each of you stand. So when it comes to time to go to the polls again, we should all be able to make informed decisions as to who represents us, who represents what's in our kids' best interest. I think it's time that we make some changes in regards to how you guys conduct your business. It needs to be more transparent. Thank you.
I'm going to make this really quick. I just have one rhetorical question for Dr. Scheidler. Are you only concerned about the virus when the news is here? It was rhetorical.
Hi, my name is Susan Richards, and I want to say shame on me for not sticking up for our children earlier than I have. Thank you for those parents who are starting to stand up. But my kids, I grew up in this district. I graduated in 2005 and moved back from getting my college education because I wanted my kids to experience what it was like to grow up in Rockford and to go to such an incredible school. My kids are part of also the incredible Spanish immersion program in this school. And because I didn't want them to miss out on that last year, I sent them to school against my best judgment, thank you, wearing masks. And then summer came, and my kids went to Rockford summer camp, and they did summer school, and they got to choose whether or not they wore a mask. And I never had them quarantined, I never had them ill. Last year, my daughter's class was quarantined 5 times, and as 2 working parents, that's incredibly difficult, so I want to acknowledge everybody who had to deal with quarantine last year, because it's hard, and I understand your position is hard, and all we are asking you to do here is stand up and help us get choice back. I'm not saying pro-mask, I'm not saying for-mask, I've already sent the data to you, you can read it, you cannot read it. All I'm asking is that you allow choice, because the conversation I had to have with my 6-year-old and my 8-year-old on Sunday was that they were going to have to go to school with a mask, and that, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad are not sending you to school with a mask. So my religious exemption was denied today, and now my conversation with them tomorrow morning is you're not going to Rockford schools any longer unless this board can stand up and advocate for us and at least say that you're in it with us. That's all we're asking for, that you're in this fight with us for choice. And so yeah, I'm really disappointed, I'm devastated, but I'm dealing with my kids crying because adults in this community won't stand up for their right to not wear a mask or wear a mask. So I think we're just in general asking you to stand up and help us have a choice. And until then, I think we're very sad to see our kids' education changed, and the fact that we've got to figure out different things, right? Working parents, whether or not we can homeschool or micro school, but I encourage you to stand up, to not send your kids masked. You can give me a holler. I work from home 3 days a week, happy to watch your kids. I think we have to join together as a community and fight this.
Hi, my name's Amanda. My husband and I have 4 kids in this district. I'm not sure how my feet got me to this place right now, but I did not come prepared to say anything, but we had a senior last year. He was on the football team, and I went to the practices because I was taking pictures for their team, and I watched them on the 90-plus degree days where there was over 100 heat index with masks and gaiters all the way up to here, and soaking wet and trying to breathe, and their coaches, God bless them, sometimes would be like, you guys, just breathe, make it down. And then we'd hear reports of parents going and taking pictures of the kids and sending them to the office to report them, and all they want to do is breathe. And I have a senior son who came home, he's like, I blacked out at practice today. So that was our first story. Then I have my youngest who started the year in quarantine because we got contact traced, got back in school, then the whole class was back out. He finally got the opportunity to go back, but he was so worked up by that point that for 3 days, I could not get him to go to school. And finally on the 3rd day, we made it as far as the school building, and he sat there with tears just coming down his face. He is a 5th grader, and normally 5th graders are the ones that feel like they kind of rule the school, and to see my very confident, outgoing kid to the point where he literally was hanging onto the side of the car and tears just coming down, like sitting right in front of the school and not wanting to go in. And my husband and I were both like, something is really wrong. This is not him. Finally got him back into school, and not too much later, I get a call from the bus department because he had his mask down, and now he's in bus detention for a week. But we're going to give you, a lesser sentence, and you only have to bring him one day, and we'll do the other 4 days. We'll take him one way, but not the other. What? I am not here to say that. Sorry, can I speak? I know personally that there are a few people up there that would take harm against themselves to protect one of my kids. I know you personally, and I know you would do that for one of my kids. At this point in time, I have my same child who does not want to go back to school this year, and he told me last week, they made me a mess and I don't want to go back. then today, we visited a homeschool. He's like, Mom, none of my friends are there. I'm like, I know, I don't know what to do right now. We're talking about some more of those options. I don't know what it looks like, but I know that God has not taught us to fear. This year we lost my 43-year-old sister. We lost a friend's 12-year-old daughter to cancer as well. We lost a friend's 19-year-old son to suicide, and last week I was at another funeral for a 16-year-old from suicide. We are not stopping our lives for those things. Everybody keeps going. I lost a brother in a car accident, and every day I let my teenagers drive to school because they will not live in fear. And what we are doing right now and teaching our kids to do is live in fear. And I will not raise kids that bow down to other people's agendas. And if we can't see that that is happening, then we need to wake up to it. I said last year, this isn't the end of it. We're gonna go to this stage, this stage, this stage. And here we are. We're back here in the fall. We know we need to stop. What I think you need to hear is that whatever you can do on your behalf, you had an auditorium full of people who will be 100% behind you and probably have a million expertise to help fight this fight. And we can do this together, and you have a lot of people willing to help.
Thank you.
My name is Danae G, and that's my sister-in-law. We live across the street from each other. We built houses near each other so that our kids could all go to Rockford. I taught here in this building for 5 years before I started having kids, and then I wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. And I wanted to be in this school district because I taught here, and I believe in Rockford. I love teaching here. And I had fellow teachers that were sitting in here earlier that I used to teach with, that I student taught with. And this is an amazing school district. My husband walked, I have 4 kids in the school district, 4 different buildings, which is crazy this year, a senior and a freshman. They did not have to wear masks this morning. My husband walked with our other 6th grader and 4th grader into East and into Crestwood without masks, with an exemption, religious exemption. And my daughter also has an IEP for her speech. And we were told that even with that IEP, because it's not written specifically in there, that she cannot talk with the mask, that they're not accepting that, but that is in the writing. Her teacher today had to take her mask off, she told me, because she felt like she was going to faint and pass out. And when my kids came home, they were thrilled to be back at school. They loved it. They loved seeing all the kids and teachers. But my daughter needs to see faces. She needs to see faces to be able to see their speech so that she can mimic that. And so it's so important. I wish if you could just allow us to have more exemptions. If you're feeling this pull, which I understand from the health department, that you have to follow their mandate at this point, then at least allow us to have exemptions for all the parents that are wanting the choice here. And when I look at, I also have been working with teenagers for the last 20 years in youth ministry, and I work with Magnified Church. And as my sister-in-law said, we just went through watching a boy going through his funeral because he committed suicide. I work with small group ministry at our church as well, and kids have told me masks are a barrier. And I believe it. We all can see it. You can't see people's expressions. You can't be known, you can't connect, you can't grow. And our kids need that. They need that with each other, and they need that with their teachers. And I have seen extreme anxiety in our teens from our church, extreme depression. Suicide rates have gone up, and I would just plead with you to think about our kids. We love our kids. We hope you love our kids, and we want what's best for them. I hope that you can come up with some kind of solutions. There are a lot of brains in this room, and I hope that we all can work together. That's our goal. So thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Trisha Bonhauer. Born into my house on Belding Road in 1973. 1991 Rockford graduate, and I'm looking at familiar faces that I remember from way back in the day. I have a 2016 graduate also from Rockford. I also have a son who is not entering the second grade for the second year in a row. I pulled him out last year at the beginning, and I wasn't about to send him back this year because I could see where this was going. And I'm not about to mask a small growing child who's still developing in every way, shape, and form. And I have the most empathetic child in the world, and I would be totally masking his spirit if I went along with this. I've worked hard on the Unlocking Michigan petition. I've been involved in every way that I can think of. I've been at board meetings where there's been a lot less people than this. I feel that when parents bring concerns, the answer should not be, since this mask mandate rolled out on Friday afternoon, the answer should not be, well, what are you going to do? Because every other school in Kent County is doing this too. To bank on us not pulling our kids so that you can receive funding is wrong in every way, shape, and form. It's not why we voted for you. It's not why you're here. Everybody needs to take a role in this. Everybody needs to stand up. These children are innocent. Their lives, their mental health, and everything else is at stake. I'm not going to go into the science because you had Tammy here earlier and she knows it better than anybody. But it's very disappointing at this point for me to be a Rockford graduate. It's just disappointing to see the lack of conviction in anybody to stand up for these kids. And that's all I wanted to say.
It's very important that people are heard. I think it's very important that we hear the differences in people's voices. And having said that, is there anybody else that chooses to speak? You already spoke, sir. Sorry.
Said anything?
Well, anybody who hasn't spoken, I thought that was clear.
My name's Kyle Wilmington. I too have been to a lot of these board meetings with some of my homies for a long time. We still don't come to every one of them. And here we are. Thank you all for being here. It's been awesome. I drove up and there was a parking lot full of cars. I was like, so when Solomon had finished the temple of the Lord in the royal palace and had succeeded in carrying out all he had in mind to do in the temple of the Lord, and in his own palace, the Lord appeared to him at night and said, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place for myself as a temple for sacrifices. When I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain or command locusts to devour the land or send a plague among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes will be open and my ears attentive to the prayers offered in this place. There's been a lot of prayers offered in this place. I have chosen and consecrated this temple so that my name may be there forever. My eyes and my heart will always be there. Be not afraid, for he goes before us. And if we will humble ourselves, he will hear our prayers. And it's on right now. We are humble, but we are charged. And it starts with us, and I absolutely love some of the things that people have said up here. about the conversations they're having with their kids. Because I was messed up last year, man. Caught up in all this politics and all this stuff. And I had kind of a breakdown in January to just sort of come back to say, this is how I couldn't echo your statements more. I refuse to let my kids live in fear. So that ain't gonna happen. They're not wearing masks. That is over. All of the nonsense is over. It's all about whether or not we're gonna start to live into the truth or whether we're gonna start keeping the lie. So let's all humble ourselves. Let's keep praying. And let's start watching walls fall. But it won't be us. It won't be us that do it. It won't be us that do it. It will be the Lord. Because when He chooses to breathe, He will breathe. And it's gonna be a big deal. So I'll pray for you guys as well. Because I know it's tough. But leadership is tough. And what's happening now is not leadership.
You've obviously heard a lot of people speak tonight. My name is Stephen Pierce. This is the first board meeting that I've attended. My son was supposed to start kindergarten at Lakes Elementary today. Last Tuesday, we made the decision to unenroll him from kindergarten at Lakes Elementary. We saw the change in the tone of the messaging coming from Dr. Scheidler in his communication, showing us that when push comes to shove, he was going to be pushed and shoved. What we're asking from you is leadership. We're asking for consistency so that my 5-year-old son knows what he's supposed to do, understands and expects consistency in learning the basics. He's my oldest. My wife and I are doing this for the first time. We're trying to figure out what the best way to raise our child. He has a younger sister. We're trying to do our best for her as well. This pandemic has basically been going on for half of her life at this point. We need to figure out how we're going to transition from this being a pandemic to dealing with it as endemic to this population. We will never eradicate any pestilence. That's so true. What I'm asking for as a follow-up to this is, Dr. Scheidler, in Dr. London's order, he specifically references the Kent ISD and a recommendation from them. Were you in support of that recommendation, or were you not? Where do you stand on that? To this board, if he was in support of that recommendation, do you support him in that? That's what we ask. We ask for transparency. We ask to know where you stand. Ultimately, the board, you're accountable to us as voters and taxpayers. Dr. Scheidler is accountable to you. That is the way that the governance of the public school system is. Do your job. My employer expects me to do my job. Any elected office that I have, I'm expected to do that job as well. Please do your job.
Anybody else that wishes to be heard? I thank you for coming and I appreciate it. This meeting is adjourned. We left the study session in recess. I want to ask if anybody has any questions with that right now, or if anybody else needs to be heard. Study session is adjourned.